Okay, so sorry about that delay. We were getting everything switched over. We should be live on TikTok and YouTube and all the things again. So if you're wondering what's going on here, we are jumping into what is known as the Survivor Man Challenge. This is a run I've had going for a bit of time now that I like to revisit as kind of a good game for me to play. I'm just adjusting my AC because it's getting real stuffy in this room. But it's a nice challenge I very much enjoy. The gist of it boils down to you start... Oh, the Ventilator Class Republic Attack Cruiser Lego Kit, $650. I mean, that's out of my budget, but if I had it. The category didn't update. Let me go ahead and choose Done again, and you might have to refresh. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But as a reminder, more than likely, I will probably start with RimWorld tomorrow, and then we'll see where it did go. Yeah, it could have been I misclicked it or whatever. We'll do all that. But we're gonna go ahead and hop into Farm Sim. So to catch what we've been going on here, so this has been a challenge run where basically I started with this bus, which is just a way we can fast forward time. I started with this chainsaw, that truck, which I'm not allowed to sell just for practicality's sake, and a tile of land to figure stuff out on. And that's basically what we had going for us. And we had to build up from there. I wasn't allowed to take any loans or leases. I'm not allowed to sell the truck. And we've been building up. We expanded our farms over this way. We expanded our farms over that way. We got a grain mill. We got a bakery over there, the distance. We own more fields over there. We got the sheep. We got a lot going on. It takes sometimes just a second to load in. So I'm trying to remember what we were working on last I left. Okay, so we're in the day where we do sorghum. Right, so it'll take just a moment for the stuff to settle. Alright. So, the big thing we're working on right now is most of my processes are really fast, except for harvesting. Harvesting is the one really big pain point we have right now. This poor little harvester is the smallest harvester the game has, and I am working on improving that, but, you know, it's not quite there yet. The primary things we've been making money on is we are taking wheat and sorghum, making it into flour, making the flour into bread. That's the lion's share of my money. And then from there, we have a couple other things we're making, such as wool and strawberries and lettuce and tomatoes. All right. So, yeah, you're still fine over there. All right. We did just fill this other place up with flour and all that. Alright, very last Lardine, you have a good one. So I do have to worry about this getting backlogged. Did we just fill this? No, we did not fill this with flour. We're getting ready to plant the flour. Okay. In that case, let's drop that here. This tractor is going to be running over to begin dealing with the loading up that sorghum as the harvester needs emptied. And then I believe we're on planting day for wheat. No, we're not. Tomorrow is planting day. Okay. So literally we just need to process the sorghum fields. Okay. That's fine. While we process those, I can have the big tractor take care of the other fields to prep them for what we need to do. But yeah, so let's also check what's on sale today. I mean, there's some fun stuff there, but not what I need. I will say there's definitely some Star Wars ships that to me are interesting. Like, I like the Millennium Falcon, I like the X-Wings and stuff like that. I will say I do kind of agree. When it comes to, like, building kits and all that, stuff like Star Destroyers and all that, they're a wedge. They're just a big wedge. Oh, this needs to be out of the way. Like, no judgment on Star Wars itself. Actually, I'm a big fan of Star Wars. But for, like, making Lego, you're just building a bunch of structure to make a wedge. Alright. So, I need... Yeah, and mostly one color and accent color, right. Versus that's one of the reasons I like the Millennium Falcon is it's a lot more patchwork hodgepodge, because that's what it is in the universe. The Death Star is just a ball. Pretty much a ball with a scoop out of it. Like the actual thing is more interesting, but the Lego kit, it's just making a Lego ball. All right. Yeah, and that was I've been debating what Lego kit I was going to get when this one finished, which I've dropped the ball because I haven't got it ordered yet. But the tractor, or sorry, the harvester that a lot of people kept suggesting was definitely one of the ones that made the short list, because one, it's not that expensive. It was like 35 bucks. And it still was like, I think it was a couple hundred pieces. Not a lot of pieces, but a couple hundred pieces. So it still wouldn't be that bad. Versus, sure, getting like the Razor Crest or one of those kits would be great, because they're like 1,200, 2,000 pieces or some nonsense. But they are like $500-600. That might be like the change in the stream scene is replace the green screen I've got now, which really can't be like, it can be collapsed, but it's not like you've seen the like really fast where someone just grabs the thing and pulls it up and it locks in place. Like, it's got like an overhanging bar that's clipped to and all that. It's not really meant to be moved live. I could see doing something like that and then having like the setup in the intro in the background that you know, as we get more Lego kits, I could put them on display back there. Might be a fun thing. Alright. I should actually just hand this over to the AI to deal with this one, while I take over the tractor for picking stuff up. But basically, we're prepping our wheat fields for seeding. We're harvesting our sorghum. Alright, you just filled up. Alright. But yeah, once we get a bigger harvester, we'll be in really good shape. The downside is just the timing was last year. We ended up spending a ton of our money. We had to sell a bunch of stuff well, was it last? Whatever. We ended up had to sell a bunch of stuff early. I don't remember what the big purchase we made. We got something was our big purchase. It wasn't the sprayer, it wasn't the seeder. Was it the seeder? It may have actually been the seeder. Okay. Yeah, no, I got used to where we were playing this like every other night and how fast we, you know, time advanced. But where we're playing this maybe once a week right now, give or take. You know, if we get about a year-ish done, not quite, per stream, it means I'm only getting like 1 year / 1 harvest, you know, per stream. Time's not moving nearly as fast. Okay, so it looks like we can get about 3.5 rows. That is almost full. Okay. Am I just misremembering it? Shouldn't... Okay, it is full. Okay, it's like, I was sitting there in my head, it's like, but that should be full. So it's really kind of being weirded out by, it's like, wait, but... Sorry, I'm getting, like, weird signals happening on some of my screens. But, I was like, but we're planting our wheat. That shouldn't happen until, you know, we're ready for it. Alright, so we do need to empty out the greenhouses, because they're getting really close to full. If they get full, they stop producing, and that means less money. They even have an Atari 2600 as a Lego kit. Yeah, I think people suggested that. I want to say that was one of the more cost-effective kits I had heard. Like, I'm not going, hey, it can only be Lego. No, not name brand. I just don't know the off-brands. Because I know there's some off-brands who are, like, really, really good. And then I remember there's the off-brands that I got as kids, which some of them are still around and still of that quality, where you would put some pieces together and that was forever. That was eternity. Or you'd try and put some of the pieces together and you'd be like, should I, like, take sandpaper to this? Because it doesn't fit. We're just filling up our greenhouses real fast. Okay, so the next pass, I do want to catch the, I do want to try and catch the harvester with my little tractor to empty it out. Then I'm going to go for the flatbed to pick up the stuff out of the greenhouses. All right. The worst thing is with how much faster all of our other processes have gotten versus the harvester. Very genuinely, it's a realistic thing for us to finish all the other processes we've got on this map in the time it takes me to get the harvester done, which is one of the reasons I'm going to try to focus on making sure the harvester never has to stop. Because all the other processes don't take as long, it's fine. And we make pretty close to 200,000 a year if I don't have to sell early and all that. So that's the reasons why I'm not super worried. The next harvester will cost us a bit over 300,000, but that's not factoring in the point that I can sell the current harvester and some other equipment we've had laying around that I really don't need. But I need a little bit more to make that happen. Okay. So not an additional harvester, just better? Correct. Because it'll be a substantial upgrade from this harvester. I could realistically right now buy a second harvester this size, but then the issue is to be practical about it. I'd probably have one harvester work one field, one harvester work the other field. There'd be a lot of ping-ponging back and forth, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Honestly, that may have been worth doing a while back. But if I do upgrade to one of the harvesters that's like 300-something thousand, it means I nearly triple the width of the harvester and the capacity of the harvester. So it gets its work done 3 times as fast. You know, and I don't have to quite as much babysit it for emptying. Honestly, some of the smaller fields, I can just like literally let it just do its thing. Yeah, so generally I find upgrading to better equipment to be the better move than to have duplicates, with the exception of I do feel it's worthwhile to have like 2 tractors that are decent. Like that's worth doing as an early investment. Because there's just too many things you need tractors doing to go with just one. I know the little 25 is still running over there. It's fine. Yeah, it's about to finish cultivating that field, and we'll have it cultivate the other fields in a minute. And the Pac-Man arcade machines offer 2,651 Lego pieces for $270, which is still a lot, but relatively not expensive compared to the other stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the things that happens with, like, a lot of the stuff like Star Wars and that. You are paying a premium because Star Wars. Which that's not a comment about Star Wars, that's any really well-known brand kind of thing. Alright, so you don't need to be emptied right now. Okay. But yeah, so the order of things I want to buy is the harvester is the first and highest priority. Because that's our bottleneck. We also are potentially considering a windrower for after that to make getting the straw a little bit easier. I need to buy a warehouse. Because we keep riding up right to the fence. There's a number of, like, a limited number of pallets you can have on your map at any time. And very genuinely, we're running into problems where we're running up against that fence a lot, and it's a problem. But we haven't had it actually cost us production, but it's been, like, right at the edge of costing us production. So anything else that would make pallets, I can't consider right now until that's sorted. Yeah, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. That's 11 more popping out of there. All right, meanwhile, we'll get the sheep their water. Which is next to nothing in volume, but I have to do it, you know, a couple of times here and there. And now we need to finish topping off this greenhouse. There's one more box coming out. And the harvester needs to be emptied on this pass. Come on. There you go. Someday I'm gonna... Your tomatoes are flat. I just went by the assumption it's a box. Like a box of tomatoes or something like that. Oh, I did a whole thing. So people know I live in Central Florida. And there's one of the big things that is grown in Central Florida is strawberries. Which in the game, in Farm Sim, you do the strawberries via greenhouse. And that's probably actually done certain places. But generally here, they're grown in the ground. Like, just, they make a field, they're grown in the ground kind of thing. But, we have a channel for, like, science-y stuff. I went ahead and put it in there. But I actually did go through, like, the whole, how they commercially farm strawberries. Because it's kind of cool. They take a really big tractor. But really all it is, like, it's a big metal scoop. Like, there's no moving parts or anything like that. It's just, like, one part is like a scoop, like a shovel. And then right behind it just has a hole that's kind of shaped like a half dome. And it just uses the ridiculous weight of this scoop and, like, some weights piled on top of it. And it just basically forces this ridge down the middle. And that's not particularly... That's more as weird. Steam keeps yelling, no internet connection. Well, that's no fun. But, so it's like, making a ridge isn't particularly a big deal. But, that's like the first step. And then the second step is they have brought behind a tractor, they'll have two people sitting on the back of this thing, that it's glorified plastic wrap. That what they do is then they take the that ridge and they basically use all these wheels to kind of like press this plastic wrap around the ridge. And it has to do with like sealing the sealing the ridge so that the water stays in there longer, helps it germinate, and it does all that stuff so they can reduce the water consumption and all that. I don't know what else they have to deal with, but that's one of the big things I was told for a reason of why they do it. And so that's one thing to like save a lot of water, because in Florida we do actually have naturally occurring water filtration, but it's slow. And that's our aquifers. So it's one of those things that we have to be very careful about how much water we use, because we can absolutely overpower the aquifer, and then we don't have fresh water, and that's bad. Where is... Oh, I see where it is. But, the next thing is just have a machine that just pokes holes in it. It just... They don't even, like, drag it by a tractor. It's just a thing that they just roll over the ridge. It just pokes a bunch of holes in it. And then the group I had talked to, they hand plant the strawberries from there. But that might be just what they do. I don't know about other farms. But one of the things that's interesting that I guess is a bit different here versus a lot of places is when you do, like, home gardening, there's a process known as sister cropping. And what that is that's growing multiple plants in the same area for purposes of using some of those plants to, benefit in some way or another. Most commonly, they use it for pest control. That there's certain animals that don't like certain smells, and so you can sister crop whatever makes that smell nearby plants you do care about to make those animals go away. So in that case, that's why they do it here in Florida, is deer will eat the strawberries and absolutely rain havoc on it. As well as there's various bugs. So what they'll do is they'll do like 2-3 ridges of like strawberries, and then they'll plant a bunch of onions in between. Because just the deer don't like the onions, and there's various bugs that don't like the onions. But the neat thing is, it's a breed of white onion called strawberry onions that just, because of this process, they've over time kind of developed different traits that they're very, very lightly pink. Like very lightly pink, as opposed to white. And they're very similar. They're like a little bit sweeter than a typical white onion. But it is kind of this cool thing to see the whole way it's set up and all that. Like when I say pink onions, I'm talking very, very faintly pink. Like very faintly pink. I tried to take a picture to show it, but it really doesn't stand out. Like in the picture you don't see it really at all. Like it's a very, very faint pink. But they're also heckin' big onions. Hey, and Soul Adams on a 5-stream streak. Congratulations on catching the last 5 streams without missing any of them. But it's kind of cool, like, being able to sit down and, like, see the whole process of what they do and whatnot. So I should be able to drop this off by the flower. And then we will catch the harvester again to empty it. And then I will take the tractor with the cultivator to the next field to get it going. Zalem says, theoretically, strawberry isn't a berry, but accessory fruit. It's not a accessory, it's an aggregate. And it's not actually theoretically, it's just... Excuse me, harvester, you're not done. Don't lie to me to my face. Yeah, no, that's, for those who don't know, when it comes to your fruit, there is what's known as berries and aggregates. Aggregates, basically, when you... Like, there's a whole bunch of rules behind it, but, like, kind of the big giveaway of whether something is or is not a berry or an aggregate is if the droplets, the little units of fruit, if there's a bunch of them, it's an aggregate. And strawberries are a little complicated because they kind of mush into one big thing. But, like, raspberries, you got, like, all your little bits and all that. Whereas... when you look at like blueberries, it's one thing. So blueberries are the only fruit that has berry in its name that is actually a berry. Because strawberries are an aggregate, raspberries are an aggregate, and I mean with raspberries you have like blackberries and loganberries and the many, many different ones which are all just variations of that same, I don't know if the right hierarchy is genus, family, whatever. it's one of those silly things that's like, yes, if you're going for like culinary, you'd call it a berry. And you'd be fine. But when you're talking from like a botany side of it, it's not a berry. Berry has a specific meaning. Just like peanuts are not nuts, they're legumes. Yep. And pecans aren't nuts, they're fruit. No, wait, I'm sorry, that's not right. It's not pound, it's cashew. Cashew are fruit. They're not nuts. I believe pecans actually are nuts. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If you're wondering what that's all about, oh, don't trample my crops. Okay. It did trample a little bit because the driver said, I finished the job, which was a lie. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Guinea pigs are neither pigs nor from Guinea. Funny bone is not a bone, but a nerve. You know, to be fair, I never thought about that. Like, I know, like, the whole funny bone is because it's, like, a pressure point kind of thing. But I never thought, it's like, oh, yeah. And almost all pressure points are just where nerves go and that kind of thing. Okay. Hamburgers don't contain ham. This is true. That's actually one of the interesting things was when hamburgers were first introduced, they were immensely unpopular because it was believed that, you know, when you bought a hamburger, you were getting like derated meat, just all like the scraps that, you know, you didn't want to eat. That was just kind of the conventional knowledge. So it was like a really big deal. I believe was it Steak and Shake was the one who kind of broke hamburgers out to like popular consumption. That was their whole, you know, gimmick to try and help make people feel comfortable is you would literally go in there, they would have a meat grinder and they would put a steak in it to make your hamburger. So you didn't look at it and be like, I'm getting the scraps. Like, no, we're putting a steak in here. You're getting like actually good meat. And as a whole big thing they did to, you know, make people comfortable with the idea of a hamburger. I believe it was Steak and Shake who did that. But that's also reasons why you look at Steak and Shake and so much of it is like, you know, it's like black and white finish, with the counters are mostly white and all that. It was another thing about making places seem far cleaner and more sanitary. Because a lot of that, like, predates, you know, having proper health inspections and whatnot. So people were very concerned about what was getting in their food and whatnot. And so there was a big effort. And they weren't the only restaurant. There was, oh, what's the other one? White Castle. White Castle's the other one that they went out of their way to build everything, like make everything kind of white around the restaurant. They had their people wearing mostly white and all that. And the idea was be like, we want you to know that this is clean and this is sanitary and all that. And it meant they kind of had to, because everything was white. If they weren't taking care of it, it would look terrible in seconds. But it was one of the things that helped because a lot of those faster moving restaurants got the reputation of being entirely unsanitary and unsafe and all that. And so they were trying to combat that bad PR. Pineapples are not apples and have no relation with pines. Humans are bad at naming things. I mean, to be fair, pineapples are spiky. So they are piney in the sense that they have spines on whatever. I can accept the pine part. The apple part, yeah. Especially, like, they have nothing like apples. They're very, very acidic fruit, as opposed to apples are not. To be fair, people also have things they call Red Delicious, and that's a lie. Butterflies are not made out of butter, sadly. The original word apple explains that one. Originally it didn't mean apples specifically, but fruit. Yeah, no, yeah, that's fair. That was when you get into like interpreting old writing and all that. That's one of those ones that comes up is like, you know, the interpretation is in the Bible when they refer to the apple that they're talking about a literal apple. And it's like, well, you know, no, in reality, like at this time, apple was used primarily for fruit. They actually figure it's probably a fig, or most likely it was a fig, which doesn't mean, you know, Bible lie. All it means is people choose to interpret it different ways that are not necessarily correct. Yeah, so it's a pineapple. Fruit looks like pines. Yeah, like it's got spikes, but they're not hard spikes. They're not spikes you grab the thing and you go, oh god, my hand, like a cactus or something. But they, like, if you were to, like, squeeze on it, it'd be uncomfortable. I don't think it'd hurt you. But you'd be like, this is not my favorite thing to hold. Jellyfish are not fish. Yeah. To be fair, there's also plenty of animals out there that are named incredibly trolly names. Or I know I brought this one. It's not even like naming animals and all that. I like if you follow when explorers, you know, they showed up to what would become the United States and all that. So they showed up and they started going west to like explore the territory that we had acquired. It's fun to follow like what they were naming things as they got along the way, because they started getting more and more disheartened that they hadn't found the other coast yet because they're kind of over it by then. So you get around the area of like Washington State, and you'll get like Sadness Valley and, you know, Disappointing Canyon, like just like all these ridiculously like really glum names, because they're just like, look man, this place is nice and all that, but I have been, you know, doing this tour for months. I am ready to be done with this, because I know for as long as I keep going west, when I'm done, I have to go that long back. So all the names they start with were like a lot of like really, really upbeat, fun, meaningful names, or names that like, you know, they attributed people that that particular individual felt were meaningful, important, whatever you want to say, people, and just the names got worse as they went along, as they're just like, look man, I'm tired, I want to go home. Another funny thing you can read, can't confirm, is apparently kangaroo means I don't understand what you're saying. I have no idea. That'd be one I'd have to look up. Usually stuff like that tends to be more like... You know, actually, I could see how that would happen, but still, usually a lot of those stories are just stories. It's like a lot of times we hear, like, where is the place that, you know, the hot dog came from, or where's the place that, you know, such and such saying came from. If it's a saying that goes far enough back, you know, who only knows. Oh, what was the one? There's one with man, I'm trying to remember. It was Hush Puppies, like where the name Hush Puppy came from. And that is one of those ones that there's like 40 different origin stories that no one really knows what's the actual origin story. One of them might be true. None of them might be true. But, like, the Hush Puppy, which is a corn fritter. Corn fritters have been around for an extremely long time. But, like, people are like, oh, it was for hunting. You know, you'd scare off all the animals if the dogs are barking. So you give them these corn fritters and they would hush. So it's a hush puppy. Or, oh, it was, you know, slaves trying to escape slavery would leave these corn fritters behind, and the dogs would eat them, and they wouldn't bark and alert people. So it's a hush puppy. It's like, who knows what the real story is? Yeah. But I'm thinking about an Englishman going, what is this animal called? And the guy being like, the heck are you saying? And becoming the name of it. That's the reasons why it's one of those ones that's like believable, but probably not true. Because you get those. I mean, it might be true, to be clear. But it's one of those ones that are like on the fence. Like there was a, one of the posts we had in the Discord was about like, you know, conspiracy theories are like no anything conspiracy theories. Like, it's a conspiracy theory that is irrelevant. And so, like, one of the ones being mentioned was that the particular individual was watching basketball on television for, like, the first time and was like, there's no way their shoes squeak so much. They gotta be piping that in. So, like, their low-key means nothing conspiracy theory is that watching basketball, someone is adding a lot of extra squeaks from the shoes on the court, which of course is nonsense, but it's also one of those kinds of things that for like marketing you'd be like, I could totally see them doing that though. Like if they felt like there was some benefit to having that much squeaking, that like that would somehow make it more marketable, I could see a company piping in a bunch of extra squeaks. Do they do it? No. But it is a thing that's like, okay, I could see that. It's not like we don't, you know, deliberately use camera angles to mess with people's perception, to make things, you know, seem different than reality, which is kind of in that equal level of messing with things for, you know, again, like marketing purposes or whatever. Hey, So Dusty, how's it going? But it is those things that, like, the low, it doesn't mean anything conspiracy theory type thing, where you're like, okay, this person has this weird belief about things that aren't, like, it's just objectively not true, but it's such, like, but why? And then 10 minutes later, the conversation, and they're using those shoe squeaks to control our minds. Yeah, that one, it goes from, like, a nothing conspiracy theory to stuff there. Is the warehouse still a pipe dream? I mean, we haven't played this since the last time you saw me play it. So we literally have not gotten more money since the last time you've asked that. But the harvester is the higher priority, which I'll keep stating that. The harvester is the priority. The warehouse is cool and all that, but the harvester's like 10 times more important for us. Until we reach a point where we're getting the, hey, you're not allowed to have more pallets and our production is backlogged, then the warehouse is a mild convenience. That said, we are on that fence where if we add another production line, we're going to absolutely step over that. You missed a few streams of very strange. Oh yeah, sorry, no problem. But yeah, no, it's the warehouse hasn't happened. Like literally, I haven't had a chance to get back to Farm Sim in like a week or two. But yeah, no, it's just we were talking about like just where people would have these ridiculous conspiracy theories that aren't of like any substance. Like, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like a conspiracy theory, like, I don't know, that someone was sneaking around and changing the paint color of people's, like, changing, like, the trim color of people's car, where you're just like, but why would that matter? Why would someone do that? What is the point? Like, I understand you believe this completely, obviously not real thing, but I'm also going, but why? Like, what is the reason? And even if they did it, what would it even impact? Make the car look good? Oh yeah, they just chose objectively the wrong color trim. I mean, sometimes you just have to correct people's bad taste. No, I'm teasing. Look, man, obviously, that red trim did not belong in that blue car. Corrective action was taken. We moved it to a nice neutral color, so its aesthetics worked better. But yeah, I know it's It's funny. Like at that's kind of the point where the conspiracy theory almost makes like almost creeps into the superstition side of things, where it's like there's no basis in reality. It doesn't impact anything. Like, you know, like it's a common thing that, like, for especially people who are sports fans, that they'll have, you know, your rituals. You'll go to watch whatever team, but you're like, you gotta wear your lucky socks because your team won when you wore your lucky socks. And if I don't wear my lucky socks, I'm gonna let my team down. Like those kind of things. Seeing patterns that don't exist in reality, and that happens in more than sports. I'm not trying to pick on sports. There's all sorts of stuff. Do people get into like those weird little rituals that have no basis on anything? Wasn't baby pew green a popular color for cars in the 90s? I don't know about that. I know carpet color, there's what people refer to nowadays as baby barf carpet, which was like a patchwork of red, browns, and yellows and all that, because then you could spill just about anything on it and it wouldn't be super obvious. But then people came to the realization, right, but your carpet looks awful. Your carpet starts out looking awful. Who cares about the stain? Like, the carpet looks awful to begin with. You fastened the stairs have bad luck for 7 years? Yeah, like, well, there's that type of superstitious, but I was talking more like where you have your own individual, like, theory of the universe that has no bearing on anything, and it's not a theory that has, like, any large-scale ramifications. What are you playing on? I am playing on the computer, PC. Crop circles are just alien QR codes. Alright, we're intervening because the AI wants to drive to the end and do all that. We're just going to go ahead, intervene, and get this knocked out. Yeah, no, generally I'll play exclusively PC games on here. I have no problems with console games. It's just, you know, I spent a bunch of money on a computer. I need a computer to do my day job. Like, well, not my day job. Content creation is my day job. But, like, you know, when I was doing a lot of the development stuff, you know, I would need a powerful computer to be able to handle that, because if I can't run an application, I certainly can't develop it. But with all that, I already have to spend a bunch of money on my computer. So, to me, it made no sense to, also spend that kind of money on a separate gaming system. Nah, or crop circles are like alien equivalent to like Eat at Joe's. It's just advertising their equivalent to like the local like B-rated diner. Why are you not playing console games? You spent $2,500 US on your computer in real life conversation. I mean, obviously not those amounts or whatever, but I've had those conversations like, what do you mean you don't have an Xbox? Like, look, man, it's like in my software development stuff, I got to spend thousands of dollars on a computer. Like, why would I buy another system I can run games on? I've got one. They'd be like, oh, well, the latest, I don't know, Bayonetta or whatever game came out. You can't play that unless you got PlayStation. It's like, well, I guess they don't want me to buy their game if they won't be on my platform. Because I generally have a strong stance against exclusive games in general. And I understand there's a lot of games that come out in PC, but it's not that they're intended to be deliberately exclusive on PC so much as development costs and yada yada yada. Which I get that happens on the console ones. But like when a game is like, this is going to be a Sony PlayStation exclusive, I'm like, alright, well, it's a game I'll never play. Okay, that's fair. It's probably good. But you know what? I own a Sony PlayStation. And I already have a backlog of games so long on the PC. Why would I buy more hardware to do the things I'm already not getting through all of them? Imagine just let us play all the games. I know, right? Imagine a world where we could use whatever platform we liked to play whatever game we liked. It's easier to code one set of controls than 4 different ones. I mean, yes, you're not wrong. But the moment I go, okay, but most, like, I would even argue as a PC game, you still need controller support. because that's just an accessibility thing. And once I've implemented controller support, the fact of the matter is, I've already got controller support. The controls are going to be no different for me plugging into PlayStation or an Xbox, just what buttons I want to do what. So to me, I wouldn't say it's a controller support. There is an overhead of switching. Now, that said, nowadays, if you go and take the time to build a game to run in Windows and all that, most of the time, the port over from Windows to Xbox is fairly trivial. It's stuff like achievements and that, the APIs change. And if that's what's holding you up, that's like a nothing burger. Now, that said, going from Xbox and PC to PlayStation, you were dealing with some different architecture kind of stuff, and that ends up being a bit more of a developer expense. And then the same is true for Nintendo, as in with the Sony thing, where pivoting from Windows to Nintendo takes a bit more effort. But even nowadays, a lot of those different platforms have a lot of common code they can run between them. That, again, you gotta change the way you're interacting with, like, their achievements API, and they'll have some differences in requirements and all that, and you have to take into consideration the amount of power behind the hardware to make sure it can run it, and yada yada yada. There's optimization differences. But, like, getting the game onto different platforms, like that initial phase, you know, again, if you're running on PC, Xbox is easy. If you're running on Xbox, PC is easy. Going to PlayStation, Nintendo, a little bit more work. Nowhere near as bad as it used to be. It used to be porting a game, you pretty much had, like, here is my executable for Windows. Here is my completely different executable for, you know, Nintendo. And you might have, like, some shared code, like, way down in it. But even then, a lot of times you just kind of remade the same code because just the tech was entirely different. But it is much easier now than ever. Especially when you talk about things like, as much as Unity gets a bad rep that it's earned recently, but you look at things like Unity and Unreal and all those types of engines nowadays, you can take the time to develop your games following best practices. And again, you just have those, okay, I'm doing a direct interaction with this hardware, I do that thing a little bit different. Which I'm understating it, to be clear. But the cost and difficulty of porting games to different platforms is cheaper than it's ever been. So in console, you know the hardware. On PC, there's a bit of, this is what it needs. It's on you to provide. Yeah. I don't remember what the name of the game, but graphics card optional. Oh, we had that conversation. That there was a bunch of people, it's usually like people who are nostalging out real hard, that they'll be like, nah, games nowadays are so much worse than they've ever been. What are you doing? Where are you? Really? This is how, what are you doing, my man? Here, we're gonna just intervene on that. We're just driving around in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, so like people be like, games were so easy like in the past. You just ran them, you didn't need accounts, and yada yada yada. And it'll be one of those things like, my answer to them is like, then you don't remember gaming back then. You don't remember gaming if you think it was that easy back then. It was a whole different pile of problems. You would buy games back then. What is, okay, you're just not rendering in right away, that's fine. But like, you would buy a game from the store, like, go to your local retail store, you'd plunk down 40, 50 bucks and buy a game, and you'd take it home, and it wouldn't run. And you'd try and research, hey, would this game run on my computer? And the game goes, I don't know, does the computer turn on? Okay, well, that sounds like it'll run on my computer at home. And then you go and get the game, and you come home, and it doesn't run. Why does it run? Who the hell knows? People didn't do good error checking back then. And you were out 40 bucks, and you try to return, they'd be like, oh no, return on computer games, or no return on games in general. They would have that strict, absolutely no refunds on games whatsoever. You could have played it and brought it back. And that was just the way it was back then. And people be like, yeah, we didn't have any problems back then. It's like, no, we had different problems. I'm not saying old games worse, new games better, or vice versa. It's very, very, you know, rose-tinted glasses of the nostalgia of just all the things you had to deal with back then versus now. That people forget the pain points. I remember having to open games, and they would have their install file and their inst-low file. So that way they didn't load too much crap while you were trying to install the game so that it would run. Can you play? I am currently playing single player, so unfortunately it's not multiplayer at the moment. Oh yeah, and you'd have stuff where you'd have like, you know, not IR, what, actually no, it was IRQ. You'd have the IRQ interrupts that, you'd have conflicting hardware devices, so you'd plug in your game controller and it wouldn't work because it would be conflicting with your audio device or your modem or whatever. You'd have issues where just, you know, a game would have a breaking bug and it was never getting an update. It would never get an update. If you bought like the new Space Sim, new first-person shooter, and it had a bug that made it so you couldn't, you know, certain computers could not get past certain mission because it would crash, guess what? Too bad. You had a physically unfinishable game. That happened a lot in the Atari days too. That moment when the network driver would install. Oh yeah, you just change a network setting, you'd have to reboot your computer. It'd be something like nothing too. You'd be like, let me just change my IP address to get in the range of this. And you go, alright, well reboot Windows. You're like, thanks man. This is a great time. ET on Atari, yep. There was a bunch on Atari that, you know, had like, you physically could not finish the game kind of situations. That was the big thing. Like, we were actually looking at, in the 80s, potentially seeing the gaming industry just kind of collapse because the quality of games had just gone so downhill that, like, there was no trust or reliability in it for things that cost 30, 40 bucks at times. That was kind of the big thing that Nintendo should actually get credit for, is Nintendo turned around and said, alright, here's the deal. Here is our quality specifications, you will meet them or else kind of things. And it took where people had like a huge distrust for games running because it was such a crapshoot. And Nintendo's like, here's the deal. You have to meet our standards. You know, they will be tested, and if you fail to meet it, like, you're paying for your license and you're not getting anything for it. And then they also had a cost of license, so you had to pay to play kind of thing, so that meant you cared a little bit more of actually producing a good product and yada yada. And like I said, it's not that they didn't have bugs in Nintendo games, they certainly did. But the number of like unfinishable games was so few by comparison. But yeah, like people were getting like the buyer beware on buying computer games at the time because the track record was so bad. Because you had hits in there, like, you know, Quake and Doom kind of games that happened that did really well. But then you have dozens and dozens and dozens of other titles that were just rubbish. One of the files you had with me when you're installing Windows via Drive was a generic network driver. So it'd go on the interwebs to grab the rest of the drivers. Yep. Now I had the opposite issue of Windows downgrading the driver and asking, without asking or informing the user, and then installing the wrong one. I haven't seen the wrong one. I've definitely had it where they'll have like the Windows certified version of the driver, but that'll be several versions behind whatever, you know, the manufacturer, their latest version available on their website. I certainly have had that one, where it's like, oh, it's not signed, they're both signed, but it's like, this is the one that they push to Windows Update, and they just don't get the other one to Windows Update in time kind of thing. Usually, though, if you do get, like, the latest driver, Windows won't override it. It's only when like the driver that Windows get is newer chronologically, not necessarily version-wise, that I've seen it blow out, drivers. Or if you're using a third-party driver, it'll absolutely nuke third-party drivers. I've seen that plenty. Okay, so we're not ready to seed the fields and do all that. I can't do that till the next in-game day. Your old PC Windows kept installing some Intel Xenon drivers on your Core i7. Nice. Alright, what are the things that need doing right now? We got the water taken care of. You're dealing with the harvester. I don't think I can do... I'm trying to remember, if I spray fertilize the fields before I use the seeder that fertilize it, that doesn't count as separate applications? I'm trying to remember. Because if they do, I can spray fertilize the fields and get that knocked out. And then next we would actually seed and fertilize the fields as one process using the seeder. And then we'd hit it with the herbicide and we'd be good. No as in it doesn't count as just one application, or no as in it doesn't work? Oh, if you spray... Oh, so, I'm sorry, you missed the operation. So I've already cultivated, and now I'm talking about spray fertilizing, and then I have a seed that also fertilizes. So the question is, if I fertilize, then use the seeder that also is fertilizing, does it count as two separate applications? Because I think I got told that it'll count, like, because I'm fertilizing fertilized ground, that it won't count as a separate operation. No, that will not work. Gotcha. I didn't think it would. Yeah, so there's no point in me getting the sprayer and doing a pass at the fertilizer. Because then what I'll do is I'll just do the seeder, I'll follow it up by hitting it with the herbicide, and then I'll follow it up with hitting it with the second round of fertilizer. The driver booster sounds one step less absurd than downloading more RAM. You need one growth stage / change of condition. Yeah, no, I know I can do seed with fertilizer, then herbicide, then fertilizer again. And that works, because we've done that. And I definitely see it go up. As long as I do the herbicide as the middle step. Yeah, no, we're talking about I have a seeder that does the fertilizer. There's some that seed then fertilize, and some that fertilize and seed. I'm gonna go ahead and hold you there and say, are you talking about modded or unmodded? Because unmodded, there's only like 2 or 3 seeders that fertilize at the same time. Let's see. Also had people complaining about their system running stable, leading to crashes as well. Figured out that CC cleaners installed and probably used its registry cleaner, which deleted system relevant entries. Oh man. You do a small test batch? I could. I'm also very lazy. This is the one big thing is now we're in the wait for the harvester. Now this is my biggest field it's working on right now. I got one other big field. Because one of the problems I have is I can't test it both right now. Because that's basically where we're at, is I'm stuck waiting on the harvester, is the issue. I'm not centered on this at all well. And so trying to figure out what to do in the interim. Alright, one thing I can do is I will need the herbicide before I need the fertilizer again. So I can go over here. Spit out the fertilizer. And go grab the herbicide. Okay. Let's see, if there's one thing you never want to do after setting up a system is being lazy downloading the relevant drivers. Like using some kind of tool mentioned like driver booster and one-click install required driver because it'll lead into system instability and crashes. Yeah, because most of them, they just like have the one version of the driver that they figured out. You also, a lot of those like help the person tools, especially if you go back to like the 90s, those things got sketchy as hell. There were so many of those tools out there that were just straight up like just full of spyware and all sorts of stuff. That was always like, that's a thing that going back in there, breaking out, you know, your old version of Norton System Works and having that be an absolute system vampire. Like, once upon a time, it was good. That did not last. The only exception there is with the utility that comes directly from the OEM, like Gigabyte, which offers downloads and install the correct drivers for your board. You think MSI has something like that in their suite? Yeah, Asus also does. I've had very mixed results with the Asus one. Windows still defaults to its fast boot or whatever. That makes it shut down at full restart. Maybe never abandoned it. You mean sleep? I mean, they've done a lot of things over the years. Like, back in the day, stuff like sleep worked horrifically. But these days, it's not that big a deal. You can still do sleep, but that's just when you walk away from a computer and you just don't do anything. If you go to shut down, it shuts down. Like, it properly shuts down. But if you just leave a computer sitting there for a while, eventually it kind of goes... Because there was sleep and there was hibernate. And one of them is basically gone now, and the other one isn't. But they kind of did similar processes where the computer's not actively in use, you didn't tell it to shut down, so it kind of went to like an idle minimum power mode and all that. But yeah, now if you choose shut down, it's off. The problem is they tried to turn shut down to hibernate instead of restart. I mean, people optionally chose that. That wasn't... I don't believe there's a default behavior was to put into hibernate. Now, granted, having the option saying, I would like to hibernate my computer, yeah, that was... Hibernate was a dumb feature. I'm pretty sure it was hibernate was the one where you're saying, I'm shutting down my computer, but not shutting down my computer. It's like, look, man, at that point, just leave the stupid thing on. It was the default, you had to opt out. That's not the way I remember it, but I always didn't like the feature. So, you know, I could be wrong. Those tend to be... It could also be that a very specific version of it defaulted like that, or it could be the OEM version, so when you bought a Dell, where they had their own custom configurations, I could absolutely seeing that being a thing like Dell or Hewlett-Packard or someone putting that as the default. Yeah, sleep provides power to memory to keep everything still active when you turn it back on. Hibernate saves everything in memory onto your drive and then fetches it to turn it back on. Yeah, and it was Hibernate was the one that was unreliable, mixed bag, that kind of thing. Versus sleep, you know, it's not that it never had issues. It was relatively reliable by comparison, but Hibernate was the one that was, you know, people be like, I'm going to hibernate on my computer's like, no, just turn the thing off. Either leave it on or turn it off. This hibernate thing will just cause you more grief than anything. Because it'll come back from hibernate, it won't work well. Does it at least default for a while? They have fast startup, which saves stuff to drive to load faster. You think it's mostly system rather than full hibernate? Still doesn't reset drivers. Yeah. Maybe. Like I said, that could be an OEM thing. That's always a difficulty when talking about like Windows default configurations and settings and those kind of things. Is, I don't know about nowadays, but it used to be a whole thing, is you'd get a Dell computer and Windows would be configured one way. You get a Hewlett-Packard and Windows would be configured another way. You get like where you buy the CD and you install it on your own hardware, and it'd be a totally different setup as well. Because every hardware manufacturer wanted to like custom do their thing, and half the time they'd cover with so much bloatware. The number of times when I was doing IT that I'd get called to someone's house to like work on their computer, and they would gripe about the stuff that, you know, oh yeah, well Microsoft put all this garbage in Windows that I had to install and all that, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And they'd have a Dell, and I'd be like, oh no, that was Dell who put that garbage in there. It's like, this Norton thing that came pre-installed, that was Dell who did that to you. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't Norton, it was McAfee. McAfee antivirus. Or, you know, and it's not me bashing on Dell. Like, there's Dell and Hewlett-Packard did and compacted that, which eventually got absorbed by Dell. You have Alienware, which was also Dell. I'm sorry, Compaq got absorbed by Hewlett-Packard, not Dell. Alienware, which is also Dell. You had Lenovo. Lenovo for a while did well, and then they became like the cheap, you know, like a good but cheap option. And man, the bloatware got nasty on them for a while. There's a bunch of bloatware on Windows system right after setup. I mean, that, okay. Yes and no. Like, yes, they come out with like a couple games come pre-installed kind of thing. Sure, we can argue that's bloatware. But it's not like where you have like a bunch of system things that run by default and are just there and doing stuff. Like, they have configurations that, okay, you can argue are bloatware, sure. But not like they used to be, where you get all your toolbars and all that crap. Because that was the thing you used to run into, is you'd open up Internet Explorer on your brand new computer that you bought, like, you know, your Hewlett-Packard or whatever, and it would have the Ask Jeeves toolbar, and it'd have, you know, McAfee, and, oh man, what are some of the other ones? There was a music player, I'm blanking on the name, there was a music player that came pre-installed all the time that was a hot pile of garbage. Yeah, vendor get paid to add thing like Norton and such to Windows installs, even if you use a Windows recovery. Right, that was well, I don't remember Winamp. Winamp was the one that people tended to want to install. There was a, it wasn't Real. It was at that same time frame as like Winamp and Real. There was a third one that was trying to break into the market and failed, but came pre-installed on a lot of systems and it ran like garbage. Cyber DVD, that was one that was installed as well. It was Media something, not Media Player, because that's the Windows built-in one. It was another one. It was like Real Media or something like that. It's not Real Media. I can't remember what the name of it was. But you'd see it every once in a while. It was only, maybe it was on E-Machines that I saw it. But that was one of those ones that's like, you know, it was borderline of virus. But yeah, no, as Draconic's talking about, that was part of the way they'd bring the prices down with computers when it was like really trying to drive down the prices when everyone was going for the minimum, is what they would do is you'd have, you know, Dell would have a partnership with McAfee that for every installation of McAfee they got, you know, they'd get 20 bucks or 50 bucks. I have no idea what the amounts were, like what quantities we're talking. So they would just make it part of your installation CD so that you would get it. And they would get their money, and then the idea would be if you renewed your antivirus through McAfee would get it $60 or whatever it was a year. And so as long as they had, you know, roughly a conversion rate of some percent, it was worth it for McAfee. And man, they actually had a lot of success with stuff like that. Like those companies did really well by that. But it was one of those things that there were certain ones that got a reputation of just being all over the place all the time. Man, yeah. But yeah, no, that was like all the toolbars and garbage. Like, and the worst thing is you'd use your restore CD and it put it right back on there. That was honestly the big thing that drove me away from doing like prefab computers for myself, was just it was so hard to get away from that crap. It was around the time that Windows Vista and netbooks and those came out that they introduced what they called the Microsoft Select program, which basically it was a special program that you could buy like a Dell or a Lenovo, but the Microsoft Select edition, which basically meant it didn't come with all that crap. And you'd spend an extra $200-300 on it, but it meant you got like a clean, this is just Windows. We didn't end, like, the vendor didn't add a bunch of garbage on it, and people bought that, like, people who were aware of it tended to buy that, spend the extra money because it was just that big a deal. But that was just another thing that kind of piled in right. Like, Windows Vista got a bad rep for a lot of things. Some deserved, some not. They expected hardware to keep getting better, and instead hardware kept getting cheaper, which, you know, has its pros and cons. So they misread the market as one big foul on Microsoft's side. But at the same time, you also ran into the situation where bloatware was kind of at its worst for vendors adding crap, which is the reason why so many of these things came out, and that like the next one is all about trying to trim everything off. Let's see, Burning Sun, there was some like print scream type program that no one used, but its error log was like user pressed X, not the button. User pressed Y, not the button. And then if you had an error and it sent the logs, you just got those logs, so it was just a keylogger in disguise. Yeesh. Let's see, what are the OS that you had the most issue with because it was unstable? Vista for being unstable? I never had problems with Vista with instability. Like, Vista was rough on your hardware, because again, they had anticipated better processors, better RAM, better that. And you did have lots... So, actually, I take that back. You did have some stability issues with Vista, because Vista was when Microsoft finally said, hey, all these things we've told you to not do, we're going to actually start enforcing. So that was one of those things that you'd have applications who would write their files to your Windows system folder, your System 32, which was something you are not allowed to do. This was the first attempt at tablet PC combined OS? No, that would be Windows 8. Was the one where they did the tablet UI. Now, you bought Vista because it came with a free upgrade to 7 when 7 was released? Yep. But yeah, no, that was, so Windows Vista did make some bad calls. Like, I'm not here to say that. But a lot of the reputation that Vista gets is actually not Vista itself. As a developer, before the Vista days, there was so many awful things that programs were doing that, like, again, you'd have some game would write itself to the System 32 folder. You'd have other games that would, like, write files directly, just C:, like, write to root, that just dump their files there. And they do all sorts of mayhem. That what Windows did is where you got that super annoying prompt that says, hey, this application wants to do XYZ, are you sure you want to let it? That was its first niche saying, hey, look, we're going to start buttoning down on this. And they've gone to the point saying, hey, application, you're not allowed to write to System 32. It's like, oh, well, I need to. Well, that's too expletive bad. That's my Windows directory. You can't have it. And that's something that they've continued, that they've actually been stricter and stricter about, because that's what it should have been in the first place. Like, hey, application, here's your folder. You can do what you want over here. Over here in programs, have at it. That's yours. Put anything you want in there. System 32, that's for system drivers. You have no business being in here. Unless you know you're like NVIDIA running your whatever, you have no business being there. There are some games like Black and White that would search your files for your information. Oh yeah. And some of that information, they have APIs that those applications can get at to get the information, but they would straight up just start reading your folders and all that. But Vista was the one who was trying to finally buckle down to that, because you remember Windows used to have this horrible reputation about malware constantly, and a big part of that is it was kind of open field to programs could just do whatever the heck they want. You get no warning or notification. And there's still viruses that get around that stuff. But, his whole thing. Windows 10? Windows 10 as well, but it had an option to go back to the Windows 8 start? I'm confused with what you're talking about, Captain. No, you're talking about the tablet UI. Windows 10 did not have the tablet UI, if I remember correctly. Like, it was Windows 8 introduced the live tile UI that people really did not like. Windows 10 was the last Windows, Windows 11 is the last Windows, Windows 12 is the final Windows. I thought they changed, like, the branding. Because they already announced the next Windows isn't going to be, like, the next iteration. Like, sorry, the next Windows won't iterate the number. That they stopped at Windows... Because I don't think Windows 10 they said was going to be the last Windows. Windows 11, that's the thing they've been saying, is that would be the last Windows. But they're having, like, their next major update, and it's still Windows 11. It's just like Windows 11 SRE, some abbreviation that is effectively what Windows 12 would have been. Let's see, well, you had the default Windows 10 start flyout setting to go back to full screen. Windows 8 start flyout. Oh, they did say it with Windows 10? I don't remember that one with Windows 10. But yeah, I know Windows 11, but they've already had where we would normally have gotten Windows 12 or whatever the new version by now. And they just continuing to upgrade Windows 11. They are making major changes like they would for reaching Windows 12 or whatever. It's just happening as they go. They're treating it like a live service thing now where they're just updating. I don't remember Windows 10 having the So I remember Windows 8 having the tablet UI. Are you talking about just the start menu in Windows 10? Because, like, the start menu, yes, that did change in Windows 10. It's like, it's not the classic Windows 9X UI, like, that start menu. That start menu's been gone for, geez, like 10 years now. You can't even upgrade to Windows 11 yet? You'll have to upgrade your PC when Windows 10 dies. As you bought a perpetual Windows 10 key, you don't want to test your luck with not working with Windows 11? More than likely, Jaywalker, if you look at it, there will be, oh, what is it, the TPM? You just have to turn it on, most likely. If you have 11th generation, you have like 11th generation CPU and all that, most likely you have TPM. You just gotta turn it on. I knew you were gonna do that. Because I ran the same thing where it's like, yours is not compatible with Windows 11. It's like, the hell it isn't. And I just went into BIOS, turned on TPM. I was like, you're compatible. You're good. When you press start on your taskbar or Windows logo, it'll pop up some bar where you had tiles visible, but there was an option to make it look like window 8 when you press start. Yeah, so it was the start menu went away as we know it. We got rid of the, like, and to be fair, every single major version of Windows pretty much has changed the start menu. You remember the outcry we had in XP with the bubblegum UI? Because the start button stopped being start, it started being like this big round Windows logo. And people blew a gasket on that, because it also added, I think that's when they added the recent files got added to it, if I remember correctly. And people blew a gasket over that. So, like, Windows 95 to 98, it didn't really change. ME did change it a decent amount, but not majorly. XP changed it considerably. It was still like a context menu, but it had the bubblegum UI. And then 2000 was like business side primarily, so you didn't really run into that as a consumer for the most part. And NT was business side, so it doesn't really matter. You know, NT and 2000, I believe, were kind of proxy to each other. Then you went to 7, and 7 it changed yet again, but it was more in line with XP. And then 8 came out, and that's where you hit the thing and the whole big tile covered your whole screen and all that, and that made people unhappy, understandably. That was the first time it actually had a dramatic change, like a really, really major dramatic change. From there, we went to Windows 10, where it went back to being the smaller UI, but it did use the tiles, so that was a departure from that. Windows 11 also had, it wasn't the tiled UI, but it was also, again, not XP, not the ones we had in the past. So it's like every major version of Windows, for the most part, the start menu has changed. And to be fair, a lot of those changes outside of the tribal knowledge of like having the previous version, having the familiarity with it, was more accessible and objectively easier to use. I would argue Windows 8 being the exception. Because, like, yes, it was more accessible, but also was such an incredibly jarring transition that's like, okay, but this is really only makes sense if everyone gets touchscreens. So Windows 8 would be the one I'd say is the faux pas when it comes to the UI alterations. But, like, when you look at a lot of the things that new UI gave, like, if you're... It's, like, how many people nowadays go start, look for the folder in the folder, look for the folder in the folder in the folder, and then click on the game they want to play? Like, no one. At least not that I could think of. Everyone I know, they hit the Windows key, they start typing in the name of the thing they want to do, and they hit enter. Because you got a Windows 7 skin in Windows 11, and it's much more usable. I mean, that's fine, but that's usually people going back to what they're familiar, like, it's a familiarity thing more so than the actual usability of the operating system. And this isn't talking about, like, the analytics stuff changing and that's a separate issue. Or, like, concerns of privacy. That is a concern, a separate issue. You prefer the Steam icon? Right, well, I mean, when I go to play games, it's in Steam. But my point, you could replace that with, okay, when you go to open Notepad, you don't want to go 4 folders deep into start menu stuff to find Notepad to run it. Like, that objectively, like, we can go, that is a UI I'm familiar and comfortable with, but is that a good UI? No, not really. We could look at that being like, three clicks just to find the application I want is not a good experience. Versus most people, they hit the Windows key, they start typing, they hit enter. Or they find the icon on their desktop, and my soul dies a little. Because those users still exist, where they got a billion icons on their desktop, and they just look for their icon, they double click it. That's still out there. Let's see. Kurt says, the only recent change that trips you up all the time is still a change where pressing the Windows key and start typing will now launch the Bing search. Yeah, I don't actually like that. I understand it makes sense for a lot of people because that's the way they look at computers. But I want to be like, I'm fine with there being a route to go from the start menu to searching for stuff in my browser. I am okay with this. I do feel like when I start typing in the name of an application that's on my computer, that the same type of intelligence where it tries to guess what I mean when, I'm typing a name in that ends up taking it to the browser would work with my computer. So if I miss one character, I don't end up pulling up my browser and being like, look, man, I know I missed the O in Notepad. That's on me. But also, I don't need to be searching for this on Bing. Clearly you knew I meant Notepad. You even corrected me in the term you searched Bing with. Do that, but on my computer. Alright. So now I can take the cultivator and get it clearing up this field. Now granted, I don't actually need to reseed this field for a while. The harvesting's the only slow process we've got left, so that's fine. Oh, I remember what we spent all our money. We kept putting off getting a bunch of stuff. For instance, what annoys the heck out of you is when you type Notepad, and after N-O and T, it suggests Notepad++, which I want, but after any letters, it switches to Windows Notepad. Oh yeah, no, I've had weird stuff like that, where you start typing in the name and it suggests one program, you hit one more letter that, again, the programs have the same letters in them, but it switches back. Yeah, that happens with me with Visual Studio. That, not so much nowadays, like right now I only have one version of Visual Studio, but back before they got the compatibility stuff to be way better, I would have some old projects that have to open. I can't remember what version of Visual Studio it was. It was like 2005 or whatever, and then another one that would be 2008. I can't remember. I have the versions wrong. It's fine. But it was one of those things that I needed to have one version of Visual Studio deal with one issue and one for the other, and it always ended up being a headache because of the whole back and forth. So meanwhile, just have things being productive in the meantime. We'll go ahead and get this field cultivating while we're working on the other field. That happens in search as well, like not even Windows, but like Google and all that'll do that as well, where you'll have like the autocomplete, and you'll start going, and you'll see the option you want. You typed one more letter after you notice the option pop up, so you select it, and the options will have changed to something you don't want. And you're like, but why? I made it more complete. So the good news is once we finished harvesting this field, the seeding and the fertilizing the fields takes like not much time at all. Then we advance to payday, and then we start it all over again. And the hope would be that we get one of these things to pop up on a really good sale. Okay, so I can't do it this pass. I have to go for this way going the other way. And this is the last field I have to harvest. It's not quite as big as the last field we did just a moment ago. Meanwhile, I'm going to go here to our options real fast. Show our controls. Was it Control R? Yeah. So we've got this thing here that does let me set warnings to let me know, like, hey, this is the price. Yeah, so I've got the bread set to the 1700. The one thing that annoyed me was Windows 10 being unhappy with your decision to not use Microsoft Edge, and it tried to switch me to Edge instead of whatever browser I was using at the time. So, admittedly, by the time we hit Windows 10, I had gone back to using just Internet Explorer /Edge. I had used Chrome for a while. It became too much of a memory hog for my own personal tastes. So actually, if I remember the route, is I started with Internet Explorer because everyone started with that back in the 90s. Then Firefox, like, kind of debuted, and I switched to Firefox, which was so much better than Internet Explorer at the time. And then Chrome came around, and it was a bit better than Firefox, so I switched to Chrome. And then Chrome became more and more bloated over time, so then I switched back to Firefox, and then Firefox started to become more bloated. So then I switched to Edge. And then these days I think Firefox and Edge are about similar, and I believe Chrome is still pretty badly bloated. Yeah, no, that's I'm not going with that. With the my point was more I haven't experienced that myself because I'm using Edge as my main driver these days. I usually have Chrome and Firefox installed as well. That way when I'm working on websites and all that, I can be like, does this look the same on Edge? Yes. Does it look the same on Chrome? Yes. Does it look the same on Firefox? Yes. And now, like, between all three of them, like, it's consistent. Which, granted, it's much easier nowadays than it's ever been. As long as you stay away from the HTML5 tags that are not actually part of the standard, that Chrome tries to pretend are part of the standard, because they wanted to have their proprietary tags be part of the standard, so you had to, like, play ball with Google. As long as you stay away from those handful, you're fine. The point is, when you read up on what is HTML5 tags, you ignore anything that is from a Google fanboy, and just go with the actual written standard. As long as you do that, you're good. Because there's so many websites that are about, here's this tags in HTML5, and they will use the Google version of HTML5, not the actual publicly accepted standard version. HTML5, what year is it now? I know, right? And we're still having problems with people adopting it. I think, how old is HTML5 now? Is it 12 years older? It's somewhere in that bar. Because like, I'm trying to remember when it was introduced versus when it was like, you know, actually the standard. Because it's been one of those standards that taken forever because they had to get everyone on board. And there was what was effectively like a Cold War between Google and Microsoft and Apple for the longest time. Where, like, if it benefited one of the other companies, then they would fight it, just because. Initial release was 2008. 16 years ago. It hurts to me that 2008 is 16 years ago, regardless of the HTML5 side of things. Yeah, that's the initial release. The question was when it was made, like, the big standard. Like, nowadays, if you're not running HTML5 and you're making websites, you honestly maybe shouldn't be making websites. Which I usually won't say that kind of thing as a developer. I'll be like, you're using this old tech, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. But very genuinely, if you're still using HTML without HTML5 tags and all that, it means you are actively trying to fight the current tech, which is more secure and all that. There is a point where you're being irresponsible. Which is different from, like, still running Fortran and that. There's arguably justifiable reasons of doing that. Oh! Did you see that multiple countries have come out this past year and said stop using C++, that it's not memory safe? Which makes me giggle so much inside because I actually don't disagree with that stance. And I know a lot of people get real upset with that. Because I used to deal with people who'd be like, oh, you're running this language? It does garbage collection. And it is just not, it's not as efficient as C++ or whatever the thing they're going with. But because you have to manage all of your memory yourself in C++, unless you're using certain libraries, you are far more likely to make mistakes that lead to stuff like memory leaks and memory injection vulnerabilities and all of these things. So we've had multiple countries come out this past month or so who are advising people to not use C++, basically because code quality, like not the language, the tech, but code quality is kind of the thing. And it makes me giggle so much because that was the argument that we would have that, you know, people be like, C++ is much faster. You shouldn't use, you know, C# or Java or whatever language that they were whining about. And you go, right, but that's only if you have the people who take the time to write the code right, and almost no one does. So using something like C# or Java or one of these things that do garbage collection, which aren't perfect, by any stretch of the imagination, but it kind of protects you from yourself. It was one of those reasons that, like, you'd have people in C#, we have what's known as the unsafe tag, which should be a tag that self-explains unsafe, which lets you do basically C++ style memory management in C#. It's one of those things that when you have a new person comes in, you see that unsafe tag show up, you're like, I do not want to see that tag unless you can sit down in my office and you can write out a lengthy explanation as to why you absolutely need that tag. Because there is a reason it's called unsafe, and it is considered bad practice to use it unless you got a dang good reason. Yeah, all the kids being born in 2004 are 20 years old, but you were born in 94, but are also 2000 or 20 years old. It feels that way. I'm older than that. But yeah. So it was funny to me that, like, literally you have governing bodies being like, hey, don't use this language, like, for anything with our stuff anymore, because your all quality is just not high enough to benefit from doing it. You're creating more danger than benefit, which a big part of that is other languages have caught up. Yes, if you were going to go into, like, the raw performance of, like, the best of the best C+ versus the best of the best C#, C++ will narrowly win in the performance and of it, which it used to be a major difference. Like, it used to be C++ would just absolutely school C#, or, you know, you can replace other languages in there. But nowadays, it's only a very nuanced benefit. And it's like, yeah, it's the reason to go with that. Well, that's the thing, Soul Atoms, is it's not like a water gun instead. These days, when you take the competing languages that C++ competes with, they're so close in what they're capable of doing that the argument about using this tech over that tech gets to be more theoretical and, like, more theoretical benefits than actual tangible benefits, because it would depend on you having that really, really top-notch quality code. Because you're going raw performance, why aren't you using assembly? And the answer is because, look, no one wants to write assembly. You'd have even worse code quality problems because you wouldn't be able to keep track of what you're doing. It's not meant to be written by human beings in a meaningful capacity at the scale of programs we do now. But yeah, so I would push back on the water gun thing. My answer is, like, if you write something in C++ and I write in C# and we're actually putting in the time to do it right, while we could go to the back end and go, okay, well, my application is running 3% faster, like as in the C++, I'm like, all right, but hear me out. On the you know, client end, no one's going to notice the difference. And the risk of you having memory leaks and all those problems are so much higher. Like, just way higher. There's just so many more mistakes you can make so much easier, where you just didn't properly get rid of your variables and all that. You didn't properly clear memory you needed to. And you just keep, you know, spinning up new objects and just eating up more and more memory until the application finally says no. Just the risk of making mistakes is so much higher, and every developer is going to make mistakes, which is part of the whole argument. Is nobody's perfect. For instance, I'll buy a 3% faster CPU and save an extra development time to make it perfect. Right, there is a point where it's like, what about just throwing another server at it, and it ends up being the more cost-effective answer. But it's just one of those things. Do I think C++ is a bad language and you shouldn't use it? No, I don't think that. I do think a lot of people who use C++, who then badmouth other languages, don't really have a leg to stand on. They did in the past. Like, I want to be clear. If you go way back to, like, 2005, like, C# is still relatively new. C++ has been around for a while. These kind of things, like in those days, yeah, C++ ran circles around C#. It wasn't even a joke. And then C# had its own memory leaks because its garbage collection was kind of a mess. So every language is bad if handled wrong, my 2 cents. Oh, no, I agree. My argument, though, is the difference between handled wrong and right. Handling C++ correctly is much more difficult and time-consuming and requires a lot more effort and maintenance and overhead and all that than doing other languages. So the right and wrong, what qualifies as wrong is a much broader band than in other applications. It's easier to do it right versus wrong all the time. What was the joke at the time? C# garbage collection should collect itself? Oh, I have no idea. But yeah, no, you, like, if you take, like, the worst solution, they all tend to be equally bad. The only exception I would make with that is compiled languages versus, like, pre-compiled languages versus as you go. A language that is a lot more lax will let you get yourself in more trouble, whereas a language that requires you to put it through a compiler, you know, at some point when it gets bad enough will say, no, you need to do better. I'm not going to compile that crap. But that is like, you just kind of set the bottom of the dumpster. You're already in the dumpster. It's already terrible. No one's going to want the application. It's so far down there. But there is a bottom that a compiled language will tolerate versus one who just tries to interpret it as it goes. Will let you do some pretty egregious things. But again, that's the worst of the worst. You shouldn't be comparing that because it's gonna be bad. Whereas like the best of the best, the reality is you rarely actually hit that. Most companies aren't willing to pay for the time it required to really get like the best of the best of the best applications. One of the only teams I have ever seen pull out that level, that quality of code is the Space Center, like Kennedy Space Center, NASA, with their launch software. Because do you know what happens when they go and they write programs and they have a big green button that says go and it doesn't run well? A rocket explodes and millions of dollars disappear all at once. And all that code literally just goes into the trash can because it was made for that rocket. So they get one chance to get it right. And the amount of time and effort they put into writing 1/10 the amount of code as everyone else is worth every penny of it. Because if they get it wrong, rocket go boom. And that's it. Versus like when you spin up a website and you got some like minor errors, whatever, you just patch them in the next day or so, no big deal. The risk is way lower for like a website versus a rocket launch. But you look at it, they write tests for everything first. They have like multiple layers of peer review of every line of code. There's a reason why when the rockets go boom, it's very rarely a software problem. It is one of the reasons that the one lander who went to Mars because of a conversion issue, which was one group used one set of units and another group used another set of units that weren't the same units, that we ran into a big deal there. Which wasn't really the software not working right, so much as what was feeding the software didn't work right. Coding something that could make something explode would keep me up at night. Oh yeah, and that was, like, I got complimented on the dexterity of my hands when I was very young. I used to play a lot of guitar, I would do lots of artwork and all that, and I'd have people who didn't really know me be like, oh, you should be a doctor or a surgeon, you'd be really good at that. And I'm like, right, but also, I don't think I would sleep well with myself if I knew the difference between someone living and dying is measured in millimeters. And that when I make a mistake, it goes from being a person to a corpse. I'm not sure I could live with that. That, very genuinely for myself, that is something I believe would psychologically be very difficult for me. It's not something I have an interest in. Whereas most software I write, the worst thing that happens is, you know, someone financially dies. I wouldn't want that either, but like, you know, I could burn a whole lot of money, and that's about the worst it normally gets with what I deal with. And the reality is there's actually worse things that could happen with the software I've written, but they would be far less realistic. But then the idea of writing software that literally, you know, someone lives or dies, like you're writing software that runs a pacemaker, or you're writing software that runs someone's like their insulin pump or something, that to me would be a lot more difficult. I could do that. That's something I could live with because I would be that person who would be like, yeah, we're going through like 13 layers of testing here. There will be peer reviews. We're going to be doing simulations. We're going to be doing all this. Like, oh, we don't have time or budgets. Like, that's too bad. If you want me to work on this, we are doing that. Because if we get a bug, a bunch of people die. And that's not something I am willing to accept. I've never been in that position. I don't really want to be in that position. But I have a marker where I'd be like, this is the level of quality we're going to do. And I know there's going to be the incidents, the device fails that we have to go, did the code fail? Did this misread? Like, what happened? But like, that's still more comfortable to me than, hi, I have this rocket. It has a nuclear core because it has a satellite that needs to last for 100 years. Well, that's unrealistic, like 50 years. That means this rocket is effectively atomic bomb taking off of this pad. Then we're going to launch this thing into space. Here, you're writing the software for it. And it'd be like, hold up. So you're telling me if I mess up and this thing explodes, I'm like putting, weapons-grade uranium or plutonium on the beach. Can I be assigned to a different project? Do I feel I'm capable of doing this? Yes. Do I want to do this? No. I don't want that responsibility on my hands. Versus, to give you an idea of how hard it is to get like proper quality code out from your dev teams, I remember, and it's not as hard to fight this nowadays, I remember working on dev teams where you would have to fight tooth and claw to get your managers to give you time to write unit tests or integration tests, to at least test your code in any meaningful capacity before going live with it. I remember having applications that our go live process was to grab a bunch of files off of our hard drive, open up an FTP, and dump them on the production server. And fighting to get our process to not be that. Let alone putting in the hours for proper memory management and all that kind of stuff. Or to go through and do optimization and all that. One of my proud career moments was there was a project I had been assigned at a company, and this isn't something I recommend doing. This is definitely 100% insubordination. That I got assigned, I don't even remember what the initial project was, but it was one of these projects that some person had come up with an idea that you could poke a billion holes in from a mile away, that no one had clearly put the time to think the project through in any meaningful capacity. And you looked at this project and you said, "There's no this. You're gonna just waste like $30,000 for me to develop this thing, and then you're gonna throw it away. It has no future. Like it's got a million things that are gonna go wrong with it. That there is no future for this." And we had this legacy application that so many of our systems depended on, that we've been begging and pleading to be allowed to like properly just take some time and fix it up, because it was just. It had changed purposes 30,000 times, and so it was a hodgepodge of patches and fixes because no one was given the time to be able to properly do their work. And so instead of doing the doomed project that never had a chance, I was just like, I'm just not doing that. And for several weeks, I was just not working on the project assigned to me and just cleaning up that legacy program and building out tests and taking, these hodgepodge things and refactoring them down into nice clean, this is the part that when someone puts an order in, it goes over here. And I was the team lead, so I figured, you know what, if you're gonna fire me, I'm done working on this piece of junk software that needs to be fixed. It either needs to be replaced or it needs to be refactored, and refactoring to me is the correct choice. I actually find companies who just flat out hard replace stuff usually just trade their known bugs for their unknown bugs. And so I got halfway into this thing before anyone got any the wiser that I was just not working on the project. Which, the reason they found out is they went by to be like, yeah, you remember that project? Yeah, we're scrapping it. You know, we did a bunch of more looking into it. It's not going to work. And my response is like, yeah, I knew. I haven't been working on it. And he got so mad. I was like, well, what have you been doing? I was like, oh, yeah, I've been, like, refactoring. He's like, no, like, you didn't. I'm like, oh, yeah, like, I'm 90% done at this point. Like, here, I could show you all the unit tests are running and all that. Oh, man, there were so many upset people in that department. But on the other side of it, I did get people going, you know, you're right, this is way better. It runs so much smoother now. I could get so much more done. But there was definitely an interim that I was pretty sure I was getting fired. I was waiting for that phone call being like, don't come to work today. You're not wanted here. But in the end, like I said, I ended up being the team lead, and I worked there a good while, and people were very happy with me. But that was definitely a thing I was super proud of. That was definitely a really not happy moment in that department. But it was so much better. Like, working on it was so much better. Like, the other devs, once they got past the initial change, were like, oh, this is way better than dealing with what we were dealing with before. Which I think that's part of what saved me, was the other devs basically getting in the way, being like, no, you don't understand. Like, this needed to happen. Like, I'm imagining they had meetings deciding what they were going to do about me. I was just so through working on that program. It's like, this needs to change or I need to be fired. Because there's not there's not a middle ground here. I can't do this anymore. That was the only time I did that, because we absolutely had, like, companies that the iteration is slow, I can work with that. That's fine. As long as they're trying. Companies that are like, we're not willing to, like, we have this thing, it's, you know, mission critical, and it's terrible, and it's costing us customers, and no one wants to work on it, but also, we're not letting anyone clean it up or, like, properly fix it. I very genuinely, I don't accept that. If it's that important, it needs to be maintained. I'm not far enough over. That's like having, okay, your company, you know, you do, like, you're a moving company or whatever, you got your one big truck, and everything in your company depends on that big truck. So you're just never going to take it in to get serviced in case something goes wrong. You're just like, no, you need to service your truck. It needs oil changes. It needs to occasionally have parts like starters and that replaced. You don't just hope it doesn't have a problem. That's not a sustainable approach to this. The one good thing about wiring software is the garbage collection takes care of itself in a missile. Yeah. I mean, there's applications that you can get away without garbage collection. Those exist. There are applications that, you know, it starts taking its memory, but the application never runs long enough for a memory leak to be a problem. It runs for its 10 minutes, and then it nukes itself because it's finished its job. Who cares what you did with the memory at that point? You know, Windows or OS X will be like, okay, that was the computer cleanup software. Well, it's closed now, so I'm taking all that memory back. That you can just not have to worry about it. It's stuff like browsers that may be running for hours and hours and hours and hours at a time that can just slowly consume more and more and more memory, that eventually you go, wait a second, why is Chrome taking 24 gigs of my RAM? Stop it. And Chrome's answer is like, well, you might go back to that page. You go back to that page, I'll already have it loaded. It's like, dude, I did a search. I'm done with the page. Give it up. It's fine. Alright, so we got a couple more passes with the Harvester, and then it's done. I've already got the Cultivator staged, which really doesn't need to happen now. The problem is that Cultivator's so fast compared to that Harvester. If I ran the Cultivator now, it would catch up to the Harvester before it's done. Come on, please finish the road. Bro, I missed a pass. Which, for the record, within the software industry, you know, the discussion about what practices you should and shouldn't do is about, come on, encoder, why are you overloaded? Like, it is just staying overloaded. Like, okay, there it goes. I've been dealing with, at some point, OBS changed a bunch of settings that I've been tweaking to get it back to where I want it. That OBS made changes. I think it made changes for Twitch started a thing that you could optionally encode at a higher set of settings than normally would be supported, and better codecs than is normally supported and all that. Well, it's the encoder is overloading. Oh, no, you're saying the decoder is overloading because I'm talking programming, that your brain went there. Yeah, no, so what's happened is a bunch of settings got changed in OBS in preparation for that. And it messed with something, and I've tweaked it a few times and it's gotten better. But, I'm happy to keep adjusting the encoder because sometimes it hits too hard. And all that is taking the image from my computer and then putting it on to where you see it on stream. It's what changes, like, the game engine, all that display stuff, and then just saying, all right, here's effectively a still animated image. Well, sorry, not still. An animated flat image. That kind of stuff. And that's something about is getting squirreled with it. I've been trying to deal with that. Because it's one of those things that most of the time it doesn't impact the gameplay. Like, the gameplay will be fine, and I'll see, like, the warning in OBS being like, you know, encoder overloaded. And then some games, though, when it does that, it'll affect the game as well. But I need to get to the bottom of it. It's a fun game to play, having saved a tab in your browser just in case you need it again, but then you forget you have it on another tab, and then I think, I better save that tab just in case you need it. Oh, man. I know so many people who are like this, where you go to their computer and they'll have, like, literally 60, 70, 80 tabs open, where it does the thing where it's like, it's put all the tabs it can fit, and then it just has like a plus 20-something tabs over there, plus 40 whatever tabs over there. That genuinely stresses me out when I see it. So bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so you get to watch some hecking harvesting happen. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to actually take a bite or two of my dinner that's sitting here getting cold. So I'll be back here in a second, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Same, you can't have more than like 3 of them? Oh yeah, like the tabs? I can usually what I'll do is like, for example, when I'm getting ready to go live, I'll have like the tab for YouTube, because I have to go live with that thing. So that'll be up. I'll have like the 4 tabs for like, you know, Twitter, Threads, Mastodon, and what the heck is the last one? It doesn't matter. But basically, I'll post on the various social things that I announced I'm going live on and all that. And then I will sometimes have, like yesterday, I had like an extra 4 tabs set aside because I was doing research for a video I'm working on. So like, I had the tabs of the research I was doing. So I can end up with a bunch. But it's the moment it's like, posted on X, X is gone. Posted on Mastodon's gone. Or sometimes I'll have like, I was doing some research for getting keys for various games, so I'll have like the respective websites loaded. But it's like, I am now working on getting keys. Let me open up all the websites. It'll be like 3, 4, 5. And when I'm done, they go away. Yeah. Jayward says, Ben, many times you've had more than one page with the same thing, but at least you don't have 40 tabs open. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. There's times I'm doing, like I'm trying to do research. Like, for example, when I was trying to figure out, like, stuff for vacation kind of thing. It's like, not recently, but, with, like, when I was trying to research going to, New Zealand last year, there was definitely a point I had, like, 30, 40 tabs. Or, like, you know, going through, it's like, here's all sorts of things people recommend, grab all the tabs. But it's basically, okay, I've got all the things. Is this one we want to do? Nah, that's not something that me and Toom would be interested in. Okay, that one's a maybe. Okay, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. Okay, this one's definitely... Oh yeah, like, Toom would love this one. This one is definitely... like, that kind of thing. But it is one of those things that you jump up those tabs and then you immediately start knocking them off. Like, the goal is to cut that down to... Okay, here's the 5, 10 things we're focused on knocking out while we're in New Zealand. Which was fun. I definitely recommend it. Especially if you like any form of like Asian food, like any type of food from that region of the world. They have it all. They have all of it. There was the hotel we were at, there was like it was kind of a weird setup that it was like there was the hotel, but underneath it was sort of a strip mall kind of thing. But they had a food court there that was pretty decent. Like, you know, it was a food court, but it was like not quite sit-down restaurant, not quite food court, somewhere in between. Like, they had a sit-down restaurant or two adjoined to it. But it's like you had Japanese food, Korean food, Chinese food, Thai food. There was others. I'm blanking. Indian food. And then, like, I think Japanese, I had, like, 2 or 3 places. I think Korean, you had 2 or 3 places. So you go down there, it's like, you want pho, you want ramen, you want sushi, you want... It's like, it was all down there. And so it's kind of cool to be able to go and just be like, what do you want? It's all here. This whole region of the world is in this building. Try it all. I like that part. I've talked about before, I did not like their take on Mexican food. We were leaving New Zealand, and we're like, oh, there's a Mexican place. Maybe we'll check them out. Tacos should not have mayonnaise on it. I do not care how much you like mayonnaise. Tacos should not have mayonnaise. Enchiladas shouldn't have mayonnaise on it. Quesadillas shouldn't have mayonnaise on it. Mayonnaise does not belong on Mexican food in that manner. Just no. Mexican Cafe in Auckland is good. I didn't see the Mexican Cafe. Ours was while we were out in the airport. I couldn't tell you what the place was, but it was everything was with mayonnaise on it. I'm like, but why? Yeah, and Harry's saying, but the rest of the Mexican places in New Zealand have been blah. Yeah. What about aioli? Ah, fancy mayonnaise. I'm sorry. Probably Mexicali Fresh. That place is terrible. That sounds familiar. I don't think that's right, but it sounds like a similar... Like, it was it was a name like that. It was like, you know, some taking the word Mexican and then something else. It may have been Mexicali Fresh. All I know is we looked at that and I'm like, we can't eat here. Toon was like, I'll try it. I was like, no, I can't. Like, every item on their menu has mayonnaise, and I'm not a big mayonnaise person, and I'm especially not going to be down with mayonnaise on my Mexican food. And to be fair, I'm not accusing just them of having, like, bad Mexican. I went to Salt Lake City, Utah, and I had one of the coworkers who was based up in that area for the company I was working for at the time. He's like, I'll take you to the best Mexican place in town. I'm like, all right, sure, why not? I like Mexican food. Let's go to the best Mexican food in place. It was the blandest food I have ever had that claimed to be Mexican. It's like someone discovered pepper and they were thrilled about it. It was so hard to, like, not, like, it wasn't mean about it. I was like, it's kind of like, just to let you know, not pretty disappointing Mexican food, if I'm being honest. And it's to be fair, it's understandable that you don't have good Mexican food. Like, here in the US, there's an entire thing, and people disagree where the line in the sand is. But they'll be like, oh yeah, you can't get Mexican food any north of here, or any far east of there, or whatever their individual take is. So literally, the opposite side of the planet, where you, like, if you drilled a straight hole through, you're around that general area. Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be hard to find good Mexican food that far away. The ingredients are probably not readily available in that region. So there's going to be a lot of subbing things in. There are plenty of good Mexican places around there. Oh yeah, no, we got great Mexican food around here. You'll have people argue that it's not Southwest Mexican versus whatever. Sure, but it's definitely good stuff. And there have been places here that have gotten bad Mexican food too. There was a place that got set up in downtown Orlando. I don't remember what the name of it is. Surprise, surprise, it didn't make it. They managed to make bad salsa, like just really dull salsa, like no peppers in it. It was like someone diced a tomato and said that's salsa. That's basically what it was. And you're like, man, I've never had salsa I've, like, been genuinely disappointed by it before, but here we are. The best Mexican food you ever had is Taco Bell. It's not great. No, and that gets into the whole battle of is it Mexican or is it Tex-Mex, which Taco Bell would be Tex-Mex. Which is its own entire thing. Generally, if you get, like, lots of yellow cheeses, it's Tex-Mex, not authentic Mexican. Which, don't get me wrong, Tex-Mex is delicious. I would actually argue my favorite foods are Tex-Mex. But, generally, Mexican food, if it has cheese, it's the crumbly cheese more than the yellow cheese. Yeah, Tex-Mex is like Texas Mexican thing. It's like Americanized Mexican food. Let's see. The day you moved to your sister's place, you notice there's one drawer with mayonnaise in it. And it's like, why is there mayonnaise here? And now whenever I open the drawer, I'm just like, mayonnaise. Yeah. Let's see, your two options for Mexican in your area are to Mad Mex. I don't know what Mad Mex is. Stores, which are like McDonald's of Mexico. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so our equivalent would be like Taco Bell. It's like, it's thematically Mexican food, while also being, you know, budget fast food. I should have already had this thing going. That's fine. I'll have to repair the cultivator and all that, as well as this tractor and all that. That'll get mostly done in that time. And to be fair, there are foods that we don't find much of here in Florida that are particularly good from the authentic standpoint. We definitely have that. Like finding like actual like Spanish food. It's not that you can't find it here. It's very difficult. Finding like genuine like good German food here, there's not none of it, but you'll have like the one good German place, you know, in town kind of thing that they're hard to find. So I'm not saying it's like, oh, we have a monopoly on good food or whatever. Like, nah, every place has their things that they do better and all that. But, Guzman y Gomez, which is alright. You're missing a chapter of Mexican food loss. Yeah, and that's, like I said, it's an understandable thing. And I will definitely say the various Asian foods that you had over there in Australia, or sorry, not Australia, I can't speak for Australia, never been. New Zealand. Like, we only recently got pho and ramen that was of that quality readily available in the area. And that was a very recent development. But there's so much stuff that it is one of those things where it's like you got the one good place in town of that genre of food. And then a whole bunch so you can get some solid B quality implementations of that food. Which again, makes sense. We're on the opposite side of the planet. A lot of those ingredients are just not available here. So even if you have people authentically from those locations, they still have to deal with what the availability is. If they have particular peppers that are common in Thai food that we just don't get, you get a different pepper. Maybe it works well, maybe it doesn't. For people, and people who've been here a while probably heard this. You want a fun fact of a place that you can get really good, fairly fresh sushi that you would absolutely never think as a place you could get, you know, decent sushi at? Salt Lake City, Utah. In the middle of a desert. Nowhere near an ocean. Because it happens to be the distribution center where sushi comes from for most of the country. It's just what happens. It's all flown in, drops there, and then goes out to the various places. So weirdly, when you get like sushi in Florida, unless it's like right at the port or something, good chance it came through Salt Lake City, Utah. Hey, Hyman, how's it going? Let's see, a lot of online ordering has made availability of ingredients less an issue. Yeah, sometimes it's a cost thing as well. It says Publix has actual chef at. It says Publix has an actual chef out at Publix that makes it right there in front of you. Oh, the sushi? Yeah. Words are hard tonight. They do. All right. Repair that. Repair that. Okay. But yeah, it's one of those things that's just fascinating that, you know, normally when you think about, can I get this fresh, you would be thinking like geological logistics. Am I near an ocean? Well, that's where I would find fish. Am I near like an agricultural hub for like plants? Okay, well that's probably where I'm going to get the fresh. But then when you get into the logistics of how all the networking and all that works and that kind of stuff, it ends up really warping that perception where it's like, well, actually, if you want to get this in fresher, you don't need to be near the place where it's pulled. You need to be near the place where it's distributed from. Just because of that. Or sometimes that they will pull up the fish in one place, but they actually process the fish in a different place. So you need to be where the fish is processed to get it fresh. Where, you know, they debone it and they do all that stuff. So it's just, it can be really fascinating how much that can really change things. Alright, sorry about that. Oh, well, what's the latest cat cable? Cat cable 47, RD edition. I was trying to come up with something that RD could be, but, that's the thing. Nah, I'm memeing. Ethernet. Now, to be clear, I'm memeing. That's one that comes up from time to time, just because these days, if you're installing your own network into your building or whatever, you're probably going to run Cat 6. Most likely, that's going to be the right answer. If you got particularly long runs, sometimes Cat 5 will outperform Cat 6. That's the reason it's all complicated. Cat 7, the bulk of Cat 7 cables you see are a lie and a scam. That they don't actually do anything, and none of the infrastructure handles it anyways. Because your Cat cables aren't your bottleneck. Like, of your network, you know, the Cat cables, like Cat 6 can handle more than anything you can realistically get these days. I would be so they probably have a standard written up for Cat 8, but getting like legitimate Cat 8 cables, one, it's not going to do anything for you. Just to be clear, you're going to be taken for your money. They're going to laugh at you in your face, and not really, but they're going to laugh at you because you bought a cable that doesn't do anything good for you. Because the cable is not your bottleneck. Not really. There's minute benefits between Cat 5 and Cat 6 worth mentioning, but after that, the rest of your hardware can't handle it, so it doesn't matter, because you're only as fast as your slowest piece of your network. So if you have anyone telling you you need to install Cat 7, one, they don't know what they're talking about. And two, you know, if the Switch doesn't handle it, what does it matter? Or for the case in point, what are you going to do with your network? You're going to be talking to the internet? Do you think that internet's going to be handling, you know, like, multiple, like, terabytes down and up? No. No, it's not. Getting connections that are a gig up and down is hard to find. As your splitter is around 12 years old, but still seeing 500 megabits per second, which is what we pay for. Yep. Well, that's the thing. Cat 5 can do a gig up and down. Like I said, there is the Cat 5, Cat 6 argument. There is reasons to get Cat 6. There is benefits. But it is one of those things that it's not as clear as you get that cable or you get this cable. It's like, all right, well, it depends. It's not a straight upgrade. It's an upgrade with an asterisk next to it. Because there's different cable lengths, there's different, all that comes into equation as well. But generally speaking, like I said, most likely if you're installing a network right now today, you're probably doing Cat 6. But if not, there's definitely arguments to be made for Cat 5 as well. Hey, Wasteland, thank you. I hope you're having yourself a good day as well. So as Captain says, I think isolation is also a difference between Cat 5 cables. Cat 6 is better isolation than Cat 5. You are correct. Cat 6 is generally more resistant to line noise, but that usually is only a consideration you have to worry about if your lines are going by something that's going to be putting noise on the line. So, for example, if I have a cable that I am running past, like, for example, when I worked in manufacturing, we had to run network cables past, like, the main power lines going to our CNC machines, which is literally hundreds and hundreds of amps of power. That would have a destructive interference on the cat lines, but all we had to do was just put it in a metal tube and it was fine. But the alternative is you would have a bit more resistance on a Cat 6 versus a Cat 5 line. Cats have many standards and will knock your router off the table. Yes, as well as your coffee cup and any other object that is not bolted to your table. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see. Would just be going past the PS5 and or switch around. Yeah, that's nothing. You're worried about high voltage devices. So like water heaters, dryers when they're running, microwaves, anything that pulls a pretty decent amount of amperage. That's the kind of stuff you're worried about. So like if you're running your Cat 6 cable right by your breaker box, or Cat cable right by the breaker box to your house, then electrical interference would be a meaningful consideration. But that's usually not something you got to worry about. Let's turn the headlights off. Have you seen a cat in a super glued ping pong ball? That sounds amazing. That you could almost feel the cat's frustration, but also its inability to give up on it. You can almost imagine the cat sitting there swatting the thing going, does not compute. I do not understand. Very clearly this thing is very light. Why is it not moving? For a similar experience that I've had as a human being, my dad's side of the business, well, sorry, my mom's side of the business, but my dad ended up taking over it when, you know, my grandpa retired, ran a manufacturing plant. So CNC, injection mold, milling machines, yada, 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 metal lathes, all that. And I don't remember what they were working on, but, you know, I would help out, you know, around the plant with what they needed. Usually stuff like running... Oh, I forgot. I never did get you back. But, you know, I would help out, you know, like running the injection mold machines or whatever needed doing. Sometimes it's like effectively warehousing stuff, just these parts are being worked on. Like one of the jobs I did that was one of the toughest ones was there was motorcycle frames that they'd do a bunch of work over on this side of the shop for, and then they would have to be carried to the other side of the shop. And motorcycle frames are a very weird and awkward shape. So there just wasn't really a good, efficient way to doing it. Because they did lots of like one-off projects, prototyping, and that kind of stuff. It was a big thing for them. So I'd have to carry these motorcycle frames. They're like 60-ish pounds each, 60, 70, I don't remember the weight. But they were heavy. So you'd take one under each arm, get it to the pallet, strap them down on the not pallet, the dolly, like the big flatbed dolly. You'd, you know, put like 4, 5, 6 of them on there and then drag them to the other side of the building, then unload them, repeat the process, and you did that all day. But it was just kind of one of those things that I went in to help one day, and my uncle's like, hey, come here. I need you to pick up this box and bring it over here for me. It's like, all right, you know, move some box. Sure, I could do that. And the box is like this big, little box. And I went to pick it up, couldn't even budge it. Went to push on it, couldn't move it at all. Did not budge. And it was very much just sitting there going, I don't understand. And I figured he had like glued it to the floor or something. He goes, oh yeah, and I can't remember what it was, like compressed steel or something like that. He's like, yeah, that box weighs about 300-400 pounds. You're not moving that. And it was just a fun thing, just like seeing this big forklift, and it's got like its tangs, like the 2 tangs on it, and this little tiny box on one of the tangs, and the tang being like slightly bent from the weight. Like not like damage bent, but you know, like it's flexed because there's so much weight on the end of it. And it was very much like, brain can't handle. How is this little box like 400 pounds? But it was, they had to, I don't remember what it was for. They were milling it into something. But it had to be this like ridiculous metal that was just absurdly heavy. But that to me would be part of the fun of those types of jobs. Like, oh yeah, you're now going to be working with like, you know, depleted uranium is not radioactive. Like the uranium where like all the radioactives kind of died off, there's like nothing to it, is an immensely heavy metal that they use for stuff. One of the most common uses for that. Tungsten? I don't think so. I don't think it was tungsten. I could be wrong. We're going back like 20 plus years of memory though, so who knows. But one of the things they use uranium for when it's no longer usable for other purposes is they'll use it for, like, when you have a forklift, they just need a big counterweight. It'll just be uranium, because it's not, like, you know, it's already so far in its half-lives that it doesn't have any appreciable radiation or anything left in it. And they just put in, like, a sealed container or whatever, and they just put this big heavy weight in the back, because it's just dense and heavy. But yeah, it's interesting to deal with that. Brendan said we had a roll of lead sheathing on the ground, and it never got moved since it was dinky, but our forklift couldn't even drag it. Yeah, when you start getting with, like, the really dense metals out there, it really warps your perception of the world. Because you look at it and go, this isn't very big, it's the size of a suitcase, I should be able to move this. Nope. And then you get heavy machinery, and you hear the heavy machinery struggle with it, and you're going, what on earth are you? Or, like, having them take that piece of metal to load into the milling machine, and they had this whole rigging with, like, 2x4s and all that sort of stuff, so they could get, like, 3 or 4 people on this one little hunk of metal so they could get it into the machine. You know, and then once it's in there, it's fine. Like, the machine's all running hydraulics, it would do it just fine. But, like, getting it into position. And, you know, like, one of the things you'd be careful about is that, like, things don't get moved out of position. Like, yeah, you don't need to worry about that. Wherever you set it, that's where it's gonna be. Until there's hydraulics involved, it's not going anywhere. Trust me. That was the only time I had to deal with something like that heavy. Because usually we're just dealing with, like, steel and aluminum and stuff like that. You know, which steel gets heavy, sure, but not nearly as bad as that was. I'd say we actually did a lot of aluminum work. Like, lots and lots of aluminum work, because it was cheap to prototype with. You know, it was... I want to say aluminum they could melt it down, reuse it for prototyping stuff pretty easy. Like, I want to say they could do that. I'm not sure. I never saw them do it. But I know they had a preference for aluminum because it's just easier to work on. It wasn't as hard on the machines. It was easier to deal with because it was lighter. Generally, for prototyping, it was a good choice. Because you could just knock out something in aluminum real fast, being like, hey, does this match what you want? Specifications, yada, yada, yada. All right, now we'll make the serious one with, like, the good metal that you need for this, because you need something heavier. That was, I don't know if they still had it. For a while, the person who set the land speed record on a motorcycle, where they did, like, the rocket-powered motorcycle, they had their stuff prototyped in that shop. The shop doesn't exist anymore. You know, as people got older and decided they wanted to retire and all that, no one kind of picked up where it left off. Alright. If you're recycling your own room, you assume it's crude sand casting purposes? Yeah, well, I mean, they did all sorts of stuff. Sounds like this mystery material is really good metal. Yeah, and that was, like, that super... Because, like I said, they only did it the one time that they had whatever that was. So I'm assuming it was some, like, major specific prototype kind of project. So whatever it was, I'm assuming it was expensive. I wasn't particularly knowledgeable on my materials. Like, I learned a lot more about plastics than I did about the metal stuff, because I did more work with the injection mold. So, like, you can recycle plastic, for example, but even stuff that is recycled is still, like, going to be some percent of what's referred to as virgin plastic, i.e. it's never been used in plastic production before. Because if you don't have at least some, it tends to not bond well, which means whatever material you make is very it's not fragile is not the word I want for it. It doesn't hold up well. Like it tends to break down because it doesn't actually bond very well. Which is one of the reasons why certainly recycling is important and all that, but it will only ever go so far that there has to be a reduction in consumption if we want to ever tackle plastics. Because even if we were to recycle literally every single... brittle would be around the right lines. It'd be more likely to break, that kind of stuff. And that's based on like how much of it's been reused and how many times it's been reused versus net new stuff. Recycling is a myth? I wouldn't broadly say that, but people believe recycling is way better than it really is. We should still do it. It's still worth doing, but it is those things that recycling only goes so far. You know, the classic recycle, reduce, reuse nonsense. People really forget that reduce side. The reduce has to happen. Because ultimately, even when you recycle, you still have to introduce net new plastic. With some exceptions. There's some stuff that they can use the plastics for, or rubbers for, and all that, that doesn't require new stuff. So, like, where they take, like, tires and they shred those up to make, like, mulch, you don't need new material for that. So that's, like, fine. But, like, where they take milk jugs and they recycle milk jugs, they're putting new plastic in there. So it's like a certain percent recycled, a certain percent new. Like throwing your milk jug in peanut butter container in recycling bins is a possible adding contamination, causing more waste. But plastic bottles at facility at least go to some bulk usage. Yeah. Well, and a lot of times they'll even, instead of taking like milk containers and that and using that for that, a lot of times they'll make them into non-food purposes. So you've probably seen the, like the picnic benches made out of that faux wood, that plastic wood that holds up way better than normal wood. A lot of that is just recycled water bottles, milk bottles, that kind of stuff. They still have to introduce some new plastic to the process, but at least a lot of it, you know, versus making that out of nothing but new plastic is definitely an improvement. I don't need this, I need the cedar. Right, exactly. There's still a value in you're still using reduced amount of plastics, but you're still using some plastics. That's the point. But yeah, no, a lot of stuff doesn't get recycled the way it should because people don't separate their stuff out. They try to recycle stuff. That is, I've gotten on the case of family members who, because their local area, they have restrictions on how much garbage they can throw away, where they have before they have to start paying a surplus. They will try to recycle literally everything, even stuff that is like very clearly not recyclable. And it's like, okay, I understand why you're doing that, but also you're now contaminating a bunch of recycled stuff and making it a problem. Am I to take this bin to Junktown newspaper and drop it on some town hall before you leave town next month? What? I missed the context of that. Let's see. Also, the fact that plastic is a waste product from the petroleum refinement industry. We'll need to reduce our reliance on gasoline to reduce the plastic usage. Yeah, I mean, the good news is our petroleum like, for gasoline specifically, there has been reduced use. Not as much as we'd like, but it has been improving. Stuff like electric cars showing up, getting rid of a lot of the less efficient, like gas power plants to other things. You hate how much non-negotiable paper mail I get? Oh yeah, no, that's one that irks me. It's like you're more likely to get me to not want to support your business if you're sending me a bunch of crap in my mail that, one, I don't want, and two, I'm gonna have to recycle all that anyways. A lot of waste comes back to oil and gasoline. Yeah. They are an industry who has been very happy to do everything possible to try to prevent you from not using their products. All right. Come on. Give me my last thing of flour. So yeah, so this day will be pretty easy. We just have that's gonna do a pass where it will do the seeds, then we do the herbicide, then we do the fertilizer, and that's an oh, you need to be going full speed, friend. I don't need you going the slow speed now. Yeah, so part of the reason our money isn't as high as it was is we did overspend on getting our fertilizer and our seeds and all that this last round. I just bought a really big surplus, so I wouldn't have to deal with it again. For instance, geez, I canceled a certain unnamed server. They started sending me weekly junk, including open immediately final notice. That was all ads. I'll never use them again. Oh man, I am 100% in the camp. If you get mail that's designed to look official, you know, the final notice, the open immediately, where they try to make it look like it has a government seal, but it doesn't. You know, one of those things that's like very clearly it's designed to look like the IRS logo, but it's different enough that they don't get in trouble. Like any of that kind of stuff, I'm like, this here should be straight up illegal, that for every instance of that letter you send out, you get a fine, to make sure it is never economical for them to do that. Because when you get that thing that looks like a bat, like, you know, that you've missed a bill, that, you know, you're getting foreclosed on, like that kind of thing, you get those, like, really, really serious ones. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be a thing you can do for marketing purposes. I'm sorry. I have a real problem with that. Because you're gonna get some, like, little old lady who just doesn't know any better get conned into, like, paying this thing. One of the ones that's pissing me off is I've been very happy with my bank, and they got into doing insurance as well, and, you know, whatever, it makes sense. It makes sense for a bank to be in the insurance industry as well, especially the types of insurance they're offering. You know, it's just managing money, sure. But, they'll keep sending things that make it look like you've already signed up for the insurance, and you've got your thing and all that, and you get this like, I don't have this insurance, what's this crap? And you look, it's like, oh, it's not real. It's BS. It's basically saying I can sign up for it, I get all these benefits. Like, they have those special perforated edges sealed envelopes that the government sends out. Yeah, so it is one of those things that's like, alright, it needs to be very clear. If it's clear that, to me, anytime a business is approaching anything marketing-wise where deception is a core part of it, that practice should be illegal right at the door. Like, when I enter any business decision, it should be very clear that we're both on the up and up. I'm going to pay you X dollars, and I'm going to get Y service or product. And, you know, yes, it can get more complicated than that, but it should be very, very clear that we both know what we're agreeing to. If not, a lot of the times, if you challenge in court, it'll be unenforceable because you say, I got them to sign up for that. It's like, it was unclear. A lot of times the courts will actually throw out that kind of stuff. Like when you have terms of service that are not, like it's impossible to know what you're actually agreeing to, when it takes to a courtroom, they'll usually say, oh yeah, that's an unenforceable terms of service. It goes in the dumpster. But yeah, no, I do not like a lot of the ways they've gone. Like, even aside the junk mail, like whatever. But when something tries to pass as an official document, I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Absolutely the hell no. I wish we had super strict consumer protections here. I genuinely do. That, like, deceptive marketing would just be a heap of fines. That, you know, deceptive business practice would just be a heap of fines. that like deliberately misleading people on what they're going to be paying for a product would be a heap of fines. Where they do the thing, it's like, you could pay as low as $5.99 a month, and you go, okay, where's the $5.99 a month route? There isn't a $5.99 a month route. That amount doesn't exist. Am I really sorry though? No. In the US, there is a junk mail opt-out website that does help, but it isn't great. Yeah, it's the consequences for breaking the rules aren't strict enough. That a lot of times it's like, okay, by the time the whole thing catches up to me, I could already be moved on to the next thing. What does it matter? I've already told the story about where I went to an office one time and we were in a shared building where we had our office to the right and then there was a place in the middle. And one day I went to work, there was an unusually large number of police in the lobby, but it wasn't red flags kind of large number, but I was like, huh, there's more police in this building, because there's usually a couple there on any given day trying to just escape the heat. I was like, man, there's like 6 or 8 of them down here today. I mean, there must have been something nearby, like they just responded to a call, whatever. And I took the elevator up, the doors open, I just saw big letters on a flak jacket, FBI, and I was like, I was like, where are you going? I'm going over that way to name of business I won't be saying. You know, I work over here, I'm just going to work. And they're like, all right, you know, and they wrote down my name and all that, you know, check their little list or whatever. And they're like, okay, you're good. That there had been a business in the middle that was a scam, that they were mortgage adjusters. That what you would do is you would sign over your mortgage to them, and you didn't pay the bank anymore. They would take care of it. You would pay them their fee, and they would make sure it got all taken care of. And they weren't paying any mortgages or anything. They were just taking your money, and they now had your mortgage, and they would do whatever the heck they wanted to do with your mortgage from that point. You know, and it took a while for, you know, it to get caught up, and eventually it did catch up to them, and, you know, then the FBI showed up. And you'd think, cool, like that got nipped in the bud now. It probably took a little while, but, you know, it's sorted. And so what ended up happening is not even a month or two later, the same people who had started that business opened up a new business in the same building, in the same rooms and everything, that were dealing with precious metals. But don't worry, they'll hold on to them. Keeping your precious metals at home is just not safe. They got a big vault and everything that they'll secure it. They'll make sure it's there, which they never had any precious metals, and there was no vault in that building. I assume at some point it caught up to them, because by then, like, we had left that building. Because this is a company that I had worked for that got acquired by another company, and the company over top of us were really upset that this was happening in the same building with them, because it made it look really scummy that they were in this place. And it was just kind of one of those things that's just like, really? And it's because, you know, by the time they circled back, you know, they knocked down the business. You know, sure, the business went away, but they weren't able to, like, I don't know if they weren't able to, I don't know what the ramifications were, but basically the business's owner, the ones running the scam, didn't get caught with any sticking charges, so they just did the next scam. First scam got knocked down, no problem, let's roll in and get the next scam moved in. I had a much different perception of what happened with, you know, people who ran scams before that. And how many of them can actually just get away with it, like, long term. And you felt like the gold thing, it's like, okay, you're getting people to waste their money. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Like, don't get me wrong, that's pretty bad. You're getting people that they think they're putting money aside in precious metals as a retirement, like those kind of things. Okay, but at least what they're losing is money. Like, and that's it. And that's terrible. And I, like, absolutely, that's awful. It shouldn't be permitted. But the one of the mortgage adjusters, they were having their homes foreclosed on. These are people who think they're following everything. They're doing things by the book. They're in the legal right. And they're being conned and they're losing their homes. And it was just like, oh my god. And it was just so ridiculous. It's difficult. When the cost of living for a month in the U.S. Is a year elsewhere, Just giving some of the off the totally worth not legal advice. I mean, but that's also, there's a lot to say with that, because you also say, okay, but the cost of living in the U.S. is the same thing as a year elsewhere, but then you go, but also, in some of those places, the income in the U.S. is over a year's worth. Like, you have to take into consideration the local economy. Now, I'm not saying, for the record, our cost of living here for what we make is awful, in a lot of places, but there is those considerations as well. For the record, this tractor is not really suited to do this job, but the other tractor's busy, so I'm going to do it anyways. So what the heck are you? A forager mixer, okay. None of these do we want. And while it is a header for the harvester, if we get lucky we get a bigger harvester. I'd rather... It's more important that to get the harvester than the header, because I can put a smaller header on a bigger harvester, but I can't go the other way around. Let's try that again with a little less fail. Go. Start moving, please. Thank you. I'm literally spraying money on the ground. Okay. And I'm going to mute my microphone. I need a little bit of my food while this is going. No, the tracks are not damaging the field. Basically, when it comes to tracks, you only have to worry about driving over the crops at the time that the crops are grown enough. When the crops aren't grown at all, you can drive all over it, no problem. I believe the first phase of growing you can drive all over it, no problem, and then the second phase you'll start trampling and destroying most crops at that point. I also just came to a realization. I didn't put lime down. So at this point I'm not gonna worry about it. But that means we're gonna get slightly less money next harvest. Because I don't think I can put lime down. I'm pretty sure you have to put the lime down before you seed for it to work. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong with that, but I'm pretty sure you have to go lime, then seed, and then you know your other processes after that. Okay, the AC's coming on right now. It's starting to get stuffy again. Just checking on it. You can always try. I mean, it won't hurt anything. Yes, it says needs lime, needs rolling. And we're at 50% fertilized. When we do our pass with the fertilizer, it should work. So yeah, we can try making that happen. Oh, that tractor. We'll drop that off there. And let's touch up the two places that it missed. But yeah, like, real life, you wouldn't want to just drive your tractor, like, through the area you just seeded. Like, that wouldn't be necessarily good for your farm or anything like that. But, Farming Sim doesn't go to that quite level of detail. Which is honestly probably for the better. Because it'd probably get to be... It'd stop being fun and get to the point of being obnoxious. Just because you have, like, so many things you have to deal with, like, oh, I can't do this now because I have to do this other thing. Then you can touch up this spot. Okay. Just need to reposition to actually get lined up. Alright, let's try getting the lime and putting it down and seeing what happens. Okay. So the good news is, once we get this all seeded, I'm pretty sure we sell before I seed that field. It doesn't matter if it does. The seeding is a fairly fast process. That's the fertilizer it's picking up. I believe I have a pile of lime somewhere. I figure I'm just going to pick up all the fertilizer here and then just kick it out the other side someplace else. Oh, I bet you the lime is those gray boxes on the top. Yep. Does this game have laser robot de-weeding? I believe what it has is I can't remember if it's a mod or not, but they do have like the de-weeding where it's like spot spraying, where you drive over there, it just like spritzes the that. But that might be a mod. That's the thing. The game actually has a really big modding scene, so they do have a lot of ridiculous stuff you can get through the mods too. Alright, so just filling up on all the lime. The worst thing is the lime doesn't go nearly as far as I'd like it to. Now it looks like there might be 2 boxes in here of lime, and then 2 boxes of the fertilizer. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and take this to the big field and just see what happens. This poor tractor is just not adequate for this. I've got the big tractor over there doing the seeder, which absolutely requires that big of a tractor. This one, because the sprayer doesn't really need any horsepower of its own, we can kind of get with it. You can see that it's kind of shoving the tractor around. Actually, I'm probably going to have to use the blue tractor for this. It's just getting shoved around way too much. Which is because that lime is so heavy, it's pushing down on the tractor, lifting the front wheels. So the moment the front wheels start getting off the ground, it's hard to recover. It's just making it very temperamental. We'll leave that there. Now this tractor go to spraying the herbicide on the next one. Because at least we can passably get through the spraying. Okay. Okay, so I got the last wheat field to do. Take 2 seconds just to check our seasons. We plant the sorghum in April. Right, that's right. So the same time we get the cotton sold, or sorry, wool sold. When we sell the wool is the same season that I plant the sorghum. So because I've already cultivated those fields, I can lime them to have them done, but I'll worry about that when we get there. Would this be so much work if this tractor wasn't capable of moving those trailers? Yeah, now that tractor is really kind of on its limit on what we can make it do. I'm gonna have to top off the seeds. I was gonna see if I could get through them all without topping it off, but it's gonna run out in the middle of that last one. Yeah, so I mean, replacing the little yellow and green tractor is on the list. It's not right away. The harvester is earlier on the list. But like, it'd be probably the harvester, the warehouse. If we get the opportunity to replace the tractor, the yellow-green tractor, with something comparable or better than this one. When we replace the yellow-green tractor, it'll take over dealing with the water that this thing does. That thing will just go away because it's just not needed anymore. All right. Yeah, once I get the bigger harvester, though, I also at some point need to get more like field, more real estate. Because as I'm getting this better equipment, it's actually cutting a little bit. So it's a pro and the con in the cutting in the margins. On the pro, I'm having to pay my people less because they're working less. Like, it takes them less working hours to finish the same task. On the con, the cost of repair is going up. I think ultimately it still works out in my favor, but it is those things that it's not all good news. Okay. No, I don't want to go there. We're going to go all the way to the edge. Now we can do the middle pass. We don't have to worry about as much issues like buildings and all that if I do it that way. All right. Imagine if the yellow green tractor wasn't able to move what it can. You would have bought another tractor to replace with something not as good as what you're aiming for. Oh yeah, no, if the yellow green didn't cut it, it means I just do more with the blue tractor, which does mean I'd have higher repair costs, which means higher operating costs. But, like, very genuinely, we've used the blue tractor for all this. Like, that blue tractor, getting that on the cheap way earlier in the run because we got lucky and it was on sale, hands down was, like, the biggest benefit. Because this little yellow-green tractor, I think we bought it at its normal price is 100 horsepower versus the other one I think is like upper 500 horsepower or something like that. We do definitely push the limit of what this thing can handle. That's not unlike real life. If you got a job you've got doing and you have an equipment that can kind of sort of do it, and you can't afford better, that's what you're going to use. You're just going to make it work. Don't crash. Ah, the game crashed. Nice. So it does save every like 15 minutes or so. And I've gotten lucky in the few times it's crashed that usually it'll only be like a minute or two behind kind of thing. So that's thing. Yeah, you make do. Like I do with my old graphics card. Yep. I haven't had very many crashes in this game. It is one of those things, the more you mess with mods, the more risky you get for crashes. That's okay, while that loads, I'll eat a little bit more pizza. Yes, it didn't set us back very far. We had just finished the third of the four fields. Four fields. So all we lost is where we topped off the cedar and then started the other field. So like literally we were doing the third pass in this field with the sprayer. So we only lost maybe like 4 minutes, 5 minutes maybe. That's not bad. All right. I'm gonna just get the AI back in this one. Finish spraying the field we were working on. Okay. It'll be curious what we can do so far as increasing our profit margins even farther. Because it definitely was ones not feeling like the most lucrative thing right now. Just trying to climb the chain of tools, as it were. Right, we're not quite over far enough. You go. There you go. All right. Yeah, getting into canola on animals? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is the next thing I want to do is once we buy our next tile, I do think canola is the next move on the list, and the reason why I think that is the next move is because by going into canola, we can use all of the equipment we already have, and we wouldn't need to buy anything else new. We would just already have all the equipment. We're just branching out to a new production line, and then we could buy the oil mill, and that'd be another source of income there. And then after that, we could go into the animals. The only reason I don't think we do the animals earlier is because for the animals, I need to be able to do grass and hay and silage and all that, so I'm going to need some more equipment for that. Like, we got the sheep just because I already could make grass happen. But all the other animals, like cows and that, if we want more stuff, I got more I have to do. Okay. I think this is the last of the fields I'll have the little yellow-green tractor do, because the blue tractor is going to be free here in a minute. And we're going to do the lime, we're going to have all this anyways, and it can just do a better job. Because the little yellow-green tractor kind of hesitates as you try to get it going with all this weight. Want to get in our tractor before the animals? Probably. I definitely want to get more land before we worry about the tractor. The harvester's first. It's going to be harvester and warehouse need to happen. Then it'll probably be the next field. And if I manage to snag stuff on the cheap, I'll certainly snag stuff on the cheap. I'm never against that. Like, if we get enough money and just happens to be a tractor shows up cheap, I'll grab it. But I do think that for right now, the priority is to get that harvester, because that's the bottleneck that takes forever. Yeah, no, the warehouse is going to be important because we are riding right up onto the limit of how much I can get away with without the warehouse. Like, we're getting, like, right up to the fence for Warnsby, but not enough that we actually choke up production lines. But the moment I add another field onto the process or any other production line, we're going to be there. So that'll be a thing I got to worry about. Just gonna get this in position. All right. Looking forward to seeing how the warehouse works. My understanding with the warehouse is it literally works like when we're dropping off the crops in this building. You just put it in, and then later I can retrieve it using, you know, using its own interface. Be like, hey, I want this. Please give me all of this. And meanwhile, you can park right here. You're probably done with stuff for today. Alright, so you can repair a seeder and gas up again. Hopefully it's not too slow. I don't imagine it would be. Because we repair and gas this up and I don't have to worry about that later. And then we're going to do the experiment with putting the lime down after the seeds. I'm kind of concerned it's not going to not going to work. But I forgot to do it beforehand. It's like, all right. Because if I don't put down the lime, we take a penalty on the harvest. It's not a huge penalty, but it's enough to care about. Like, it's not going to mean we're going to not make money or anything that extreme. But, I mean, if I can get, like, an extra 10%, I want an extra 10%. Like, that helps tremendously. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need to expand the amount of money we're making from our fields and all that. Definitely use some more production line stuff. Yeah, considering the cedar, I think cost us almost 300,000 if I remember. It was a lot. It was like maybe it's like 200,000, whatever it was. It was a lot. That was the big thing that's got me recouping from that. Okay. We can drop the cedar off. It's done for today. It's done until April. I will top it off before we do. Okay. And our harvester is 200k plus? Yes, it is. But that's roughly how much we're making a year when it comes time to get all our payouts. Okay, so let's see. If I put down some lime, does it count in this field? I'm not sure. I'm hoping it does, but there's a very good chance it might not. Alright. So you say growing needs lime, yield bonus 58%. Okay. Oh, you're not... I forgot, you're nowhere near as wide as the other one. I think the AI actually handles this okay. The sprayer, it doesn't. But it'll do a better job of saving me money by not overlapping more than necessary. So that's good news. It did move up the estimated yield to 75%. Well, 73%. And it's no longer saying needs lime, so it does look like it counted. So that's good information for the future. That I can still lime after I plant if I forget. Hey, D4. This field is wheat. So I've got these 4 fields kind of in the camera right now, you see. Those are all wheat fields. That's a sorghum field, and beyond those trees is another sorghum field. We are doing a ridiculous challenge run called Survivor Man, where we're on the hardest economic settings. We started with $0 a chainsaw and a dream. I'm not allowed to take leases or loans, and we've been building up from there. So it's been very like slow burn build run. We are at the point though where we've got the second largest cultivator, we've got the largest thing for liming, the largest thing for spraying, the largest planter. I am hurting for a harvester though. We're still dealing with the little baby harvester. And it is painful. But that's okay. Like at the beginning, I couldn't even have the driver take over because our profit margins were so narrow. If I had the driver do the work, I basically didn't make money. But now that our tools are getting bigger and bigger, it takes less time to do each field. It's worthwhile. Forestry is so slow. Props for you for sticking with it then. Oh, I only did the one little hill over there. I just did one hill for forestry. Everything else has been just making money. We got enough money from the forestry. I was able to get, I think it was just like the seeder and the harvester. Why are you not? I need you to go fast. You're wasting lime. Lime ain't cheap. But so we use that to buy greenhouses, and we use the greenhouses to bootstrap up enough to get our early fields, like early farming equipment, like the smallest of each thing. And we went from that to, you know, getting more land, getting more stuff, getting the grain mill, getting the bakery, which is where we're at now. I want to get the big, like, not necessarily the biggest, I mean, ideally I'd love the biggest harvester, but I want to get a much significant upgrade for the harvester to speed up the process, because right now, prepping the fields doesn't take me that long, but a lot of the other processes do. Man, I forgot how fast you go through lime. This last strip might not even be worth doing, but... You run the Colossus mods? Generally speaking, I run very, very little mods of any kind. No, the lime is not particularly efficient so far as how long it takes to go down. It's worth doing. It's like 10-15% more harvest. Or I guess you'd say it gets rid of a 10-15% penalty to your harvest. but at the same time, you know, it's its own cost within itself. It's not super expensive. It's just inconvenient to have to, like, get it again and again. Alright, meanwhile, I don't have any more lime down there. Yeah, and I don't have any problems with mods. Generally speaking, I run my games mostly vanilla with some, like, UI quality of life fix kind of mods. Is usually about as far as I go. So I've got some mods that give me a little bit more information, that kind of thing. I'm so curious. I haven't looked. Oh, I wonder, is the big bags bigger? So the big pallets, 2,000 liter, big bag, it's the same. Wait, if it's the same, why would I get one versus the other? Wait a second. So it's 2,000 liters of lime versus... I could have been saving $50 a bag of lime, or $100 a leg on lime. Mod for stacking pallets. That's fair. It can get away really easy with some of the mods out there. Oh yeah. My issue is I've just had way too many times that, like, mods have done things that they don't mention they do, or soft locked saves, or bricked saves, or the specially undocumented changes thing has bitten me many times. I've had a lot of bad luck with that one. They're like, oh, this mod's supposed to just, like, make it so I can pick up stuff easier. It goes, oh, by the way, it adds, like, all this equipment that's, like, super overpowered. Like, but why is that part of the same mod that supposedly does just this one thing? Please! Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the tractor work on liming this field. I'm going to go grab that yellow-green tractor again. No, I'm not. It's going to take this thing like 2 minutes to go. And I was going to try and sit there and do them at the same time, but this thing's going to catch up so fast it won't matter. It's too far. Still too far. All right. Is that 48 field next, the next property you're thinking about purchasing? Oh no, I already own 48. Yeah, if we look at this, I own these 4 fields. Realistically, I think we've been debating that whether I'd get like 44 or it'd probably be 44. I gotta remind myself, is one of these is either that one or is like one of these other ones. I've been trying to keep them all adjacent and avoid the edge of the map because you actually lose that much of the edge of the map on there. So it's that. Oh yeah, no, backups are your friends. But that's kind of one of those things. Like, imagine I'm halfway through a stream that we put in like good 3-4 hours and then the save gets corrupted. That means my backup is still 3-4 hours behind. It can be really, really a big negative. But like with the mods, for example, we actually have a perfect example the other day. I've been doing Kenshi on the channel as well, and we were messing with the Genesis mod, and we had done a good 3, 4, 5, 6 streams or whatever it was. And it was like, man, some of these things are hitting way harder than I remember. Come to find out, the person behind the Genesis mod's like, oh yeah, these things should just be harder. But to such a degree, he had some of the enemies, he's like, this enemy just one-shots you. You get your max stats, best armor, doesn't matter. It should one-shot you. You should never be allowed to stand near it. I'm like, okay, look. Part of the fun of this game is getting your super-powered character where 90% of the stuff you can slap around, and you still have the chance things go sideways. Hold up, did you plow and make the field at 48? Because that is insanely square. If you did that, that's crazy. Oh yeah, all these fields I plowed myself. So the way I plow the fields to make them do that, because it's actually not hard to make them square once you know a trick, and it's not even a mod or anything. So do I still have the little plow hanging around? Yeah, I do. So what I'll do is I'll grab the little plow I've got over here. So I've got the big one for fill-in, but I'll use this little plow because it's right about the width of the back of the tractor. So wherever you turn the tractor, it's easy to keep square. And I will go to a corner. And if you look on the bottom left, there's actually my numbers are covering it. Let me hide my stuff here real fast. Let's hide that. But if you look in the bottom left, you'll notice there's coordinates on the bottom of the minimap that are changing. So what you do is you line up on 90 degrees, and you just go in a straight line. You just keep your eye on keeping at 90 degrees so you reach the other side. You lift the plow. You do your little loop-de-loop around. You line it up. Get it to 180 degrees. Go in a straight line. And then the only thing you do is when you get to that third side, like don't overcommit, just stop like a little early. Do the other side, and then you do your cleanup. But I'll do that for like one pass or two on the outside. Like once you've done the outside square, you can just be a little bit sloppy around it. But yeah, so you just do that the 1 or 2 passes on the outside, and then what I'll do is I'll switch from the little dinky plow to the big one and then just fill in. So it takes me a little bit longer on the early part of it because I'm being very careful about it. But then once I've done that, you're good, because you only need to make a field once. So take the extra time to make the field the way you want it. And then you can do cleanup later. But yeah, so every one of those I plowed. You can kind of tell, like, if you look at the corners, you'll notice, like, it'll be slightly off square from time to time.
Yay.
Thank you for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, no clue? Yeah, none of that's mods either. Like, that's all just the base game. But yeah, those GPS coordinates on your bottom left can be the same. You can also, when it comes to squaring off the field, like I said, you can actually do that to make it work as well for lining up where things start and end. You won't get it exactly that way, but you'll get pretty close. Oh, you're gonna block me, aren't you, where I left that trailer? It's fine. I'll probably have to take over. That's your bad attempt at a joke? Oh yeah, no, I mean, I have no knowledge of Australia one way or the other with any of that stuff, so... Sure, maybe, yes, no. Alright, well, I'm gonna take this over real fast. Because it's not gonna be able to figure out to get around that. Oh, actually... I'm gonna drop you off for just a moment. We're not done with that field yet. Because I need to get this out of the way. Before I get this out of the way, I need to spray. Yeah, but part of the reason why we're down on money is I way overbought in the fertilizer and the herbicide, so I wouldn't have to worry about it for a couple of years. So I bought like 2-3 years of herbicide and, fertilizer and all that. So that's why when you look at the money, it's like, I thought you would have way more money. I should, but I went ahead and got my supplies sorted. All right. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, then I can do the pass of the lime to catch that little end here and this edge of this field. And I'll just go nick the end of that where it didn't quite finish it. Am I gonna be able to do that? We should be able to do that. And then with all that, like once we get that next field done, we're done with the herbicide entirely. We can get the lime knocked out, and once the lime's knocked out, we can do the fertilizer, and when the fertilizer's done, then all of that's done. I might push slightly along and just do our payday. We'll see where we're at when we're done. Because I don't know. It feels a little unsatisfactory to do like all the work and not see the pay at the end of it. And it literally is once we get the fertilizer down, just advance till it's time to sell. Okay, you're fine. But see, I'm sure that once you buy a harvester, you'll be short on money for a year, so having fertilizer isn't that bad. Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like stuff that you know you're gonna use, like fertilizer and seeds and herbicide and all those. Buying extra, it's like it might be inconvenience because you might miss a sale or something like that, or you might delay getting that big upgrade for one harvest. But at the same time, you know you're going to need it, so it's never truly wasted. Might be able to get away with that. Nah. Okay. Alright, that'll be the last of the herbicide I need to do. Then we'll drop this off. Drop off the herbicide, get the lime, finish the 2 fields we're missing with the lime, then circle back to the round of the fertilizer. And then once the fertilizer's down, then it's just move forward, cycle some pallets, and make our money. And then the hope would be that we can either buy the harvester right now, like once April goes by, so we sell the wool. Buy the harvester right then, like make that work. If we can't, if we do come up short, we might get lucky and be able to buy it on the cheap with the sale, which the beauty is if I would catch it on the sale, that means I could potentially get it even cheaper for, like I could get a bigger one for even cheaper if we're lucky. That said, we've had pretty little luck on seeing any harvesters pop up. For right now, we're just going to zip over here, drop off the herbicide, fill up the fertilizer. I'll park it down there by that field, but I'm not going to worry about spraying it right this second. We get the lime down first. So that way I'm not juggling 2-3 processes at the same time. So there's the herbicide knocked out. Someday I'll get myself a proper yard for all the equipment. It's just those things that, like, all those things, it's like, I could buy this thing, but then that'll just delay me getting the better equipment. Like, once I've got, like, the better, like, near the best equipment of a type, then it gets to be a lot more comfortable just burning money on a bunch of stuff, because that just means I might not be able to do like the net new crop for one season or whatever. Especially with where we're at now, like very genuinely, once I get the better harvester, I could really just buy the next plot of land, make a bunch of big fields, start working those fields, buy the next plot of land, make a bunch of big fields, and just you'd have almost like that flat income increase where, you know, for every hectare of field I have and every new hectare I get just that much more. Like it just keeps increasing. It means more work in a year, but at the same time, if I am doing, like, I have equipment to do that work faster, it just means higher and higher yields. But then, you know, like, I could grow one year, I could just grow more wheat if we wanted to, and then once we get, like, the canola place built, I could then switch to the canola. But that'd be after the harvester. After the harvester and the warehouse. Okay, and we're not doing this thing right now. We're just driving it down to the field where it's needed. We'll get that lime sorted. And then after lime, we'll do the fertilizer. And we should have, like, near max yield possible out of these fields. All right. And part of the advantage is having like the really, really big fields is when you cut the AI loose on it, it usually does a better job. And also you can have the AI just like leave them out of process while you do other things and know that you don't have to babysit them as much. Versus like these really little fields I've got going on that I have to kind of go back and check in on the AI much more often. Because it'll finish its process, get on to the next thing. Okay. Of course I missed a spot. It's fine, I'll touch it up in a minute. Okay. Oh, you're gonna do a terrible job of that. We'll wait till you get the end, I'll just take it over. Because it's gonna struggle with that rock over there, that's gonna struggle with the building. So this will be a field I'll just have to deal with. Alright. We haven't been worried about this lime, like, doing the fertilizer and that out of this thing in a while. We've been using the big sprayer for the fertilizer, so I have lost all gauging of the width of this thing. Okay. That's one reason I like the AI to do this job in particular, is it has like precision understanding of exactly the width. So it gets it perfectly when there isn't a single obstruction causing it problems. Okay. But that's okay. We'll just touch up the one stripe I missed over there somewhere. And I still have like 2 boxes of lime by the sell point when I go to repair this thing and all that. Okay, that one's done, and one last field to go. And then we're done liming. All right. And while that happens, I'm going to grab myself another drink, and I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, we'll take this up, get everything repaired, get the lime topped off, grab the fertilizer sprayer truck, get these knocked down. They're 2 or 3 passes each. And then it's just basically rotate bread and flour each in-game month until we get it. It's honestly not that bad per day. Oh yeah, we're not bothering with that last little strip. That little speck on the edge, that's not worth us doing another pass of the lime. That could just stay with a slightly reduced yield. I'll lose more money and time from the lime than I will from actually the harvest with that kind of a thing. All right. That little sliver over there, that's money? Uh-huh. That's money I'm spending. It's money I'm getting, but it's money I'm spending. And the return on investment. It's literally free money on the ground. It has ROI. It has return on investment, right. Negative, but it still has it. I wouldn't think it'd be as bad as negative. It's one of those things, though. I mean, yes, it would be bad, like bad on the lime, I would say. Like, if there's another field close, I'd be like, yeah, it's fine. We could spill over to the other field. You know, it's not the most efficient, but that's fine. All right, so we're just gonna go up here. We're gonna repair the sprayer, and the reason we repair all these things so much, is almost every piece of equipment actually has a pretty significant penalty, if it's used in a bad state of repair. And so it could be stuff like, for example, the fertilizer and lime applying things. Most of them, the negative for not being in good state of repair is that they use the materials less efficiently, so you have to use more lime to cover less area or more fertilizer to cover less area. And considering how expensive fertilizer can be in the game, you definitely want to get your mileage. But the real nasty one is your harvester, because it literally gets you less when you harvest. So it is like losing some number % of your yield when your harvester is getting in bad state of repair. Like, I don't know what it gets at its absolutely worst. Yeah. You thought you already did all the fertilizer in those fields? No. So I herbicided. I had the first pass of fertilizer from the planter, and I could do one more pass of fertilizer, which would then kick it up from like its 70-something % yield to 100-something % yield. Like, it should be pretty much maxed out. Yep, now we did herbicide. Because I'm using the cultivator, which is much faster as opposed to the plow, which the AI struggles to handle, I have to deal with weeds. If we did plow everything, then I wouldn't have to deal with weeds, but there is no max. See, that's information I've gotten. I've been told a number of times that it actually does max out on what your bonus yield is. And I could be wrong about that. I've also had people say, well, it depends on if you're running precision farming or not, and I've had all sorts of, like, conflicting information. Which means I need to probably just run a test myself. That's usually how you deal with stuff like that. If you get inconsistent information, it just means to get good answers, you just have to test it. That's not the button I wanted. Which it wouldn't be even that hard to test. All I would need to do is make a field. I would plant the crops, with like the 100% yield, and then it would just do everything imaginable. Rollers, the whole thing, to see how big the number can possibly get. And then harvest it again and compare my notes. Which I'd go by the liters, not the payout, because there is some buffoonery with payouts and how this game works. As far as your research, all the bonus apply, it doesn't care what % you reach. Okay, so the UI doesn't update? Because like right now this says 73% bonus yield at 50% fertilizer. Farboy says, the base game, you're not sure what the max is, maybe 100%. Precision farming, max is 120 or 125. And that's what I've heard. I've heard that a number of times, that was basically what it was going on with. Yeah, so when you look at this, I believe it will say 100%. It's the cap, or the max you can reach with all processes. I believe you're saying, like, what do you mean by the difference of those two? If my bonus yield is 100% max, that is the cap. Like, they'd be the same. Now, the question would be is if it only shows 100% bonus yield, can it go above that? Because some games will do that kind of stuff. They'll be like, here's your bonus yield, but then this process isn't included in there. Like maybe lime or whatever. But that's not the case here, because I know lime penalizes your yield down. Like, not having lime, I should say, is a penalty against your yield versus a bonus. Just like weeds are a penalty against your yield versus a bonus. Now let's see what this says now. So it's like 96-ish% bonus yield. Well, okay. So yeah, so you're saying a cap stops you hard, a max is the highest you can reach. I would assume it's a cap, based on the way the UI presented. Because getting another round of fertilizer should have increased my bonus yield by more than the 25%. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm pretty sure that would raise it by more than 25% if my understanding's correct. Now, in theory, I could follow this up by hitting it with a roller and get that last little smidge of percent or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily worth my time. Like, because it's like 2% increase for then the wear and tear that I got to repair and do all that kind of stuff. I'd also have to buy the rollers. So it's one of those things. All right. Yeah, so I believe it is 100%. You can't go above it. Now, again, it'd be nice to be able to see, like not just, you know, word of mouth, like actually see someone, you know, do the data, do the tests, and whatnot. But most of the stuff I have been told is that there is a hard cap of like 100% is what you can get on non-precision farming. Now, that said, I haven't tested it myself. Because I've been doing this challenge, and to test it, I need to get more equipment than I have and go out of my way to like do everything possible. Like, instead of doing the cultivator, I'd probably do the plow so weeds just aren't even a factor to worry about. But you know, do the thing where we plow the field, we lime the field. I believe at some point it lets us roller it around then. We fertilize the field, we plant the crops, we do the roller thing again when it lets us, we fertilize the field the second time. Like, really go all the way through the whole rigmarole. And I believe we'd hit 100%. Now granted, 98%, that's about as close to 100 as you're going to get realistically, I think. You can have stuff like that where you're right there, which I didn't do the 2 rounds of rollers. But it'd be, like, I'm sure if we pull up, like, the wiki page, it probably tells us. Granted, I'm very much in the camp of always take wikis with a grain of salt. Project Zomboid's wiki was a perfect example of how you would have all sorts of easily disproven information that would live on the wiki for years. And you'd have people correct it, and they'd be like, no, this person corrected it to something incorrect. It's like, no, you're wrong. You're just wrong. And only with, like, concentrated effort did people start actually getting a lot of the incorrect information off the wiki. There's still people who swear up and down you can just survive a bite in that game without changing your settings or mods. Like, no. No, that has been tested many times, and people have, you know, done a deep dive of the code. You definitely can't. Alright, so will that say 100%? Probably still like 97, 98. Yeah, it's juggling around 98. If we did the roller, I think it's like 2%. Yep, they argue that even when you show them the code. Oh yeah, no, we had that. There's one of the people who's like a friend of the channel who, that's kind of like their big thing they do in Project Zomboid is they test everything. So like, the fact that we figured out even having like the slightest bit of heat and all that speeds up the rate your character gets sleepy, or even if your character gets cold, it speeds up the rate you get sleepy. The only reason we know that is through the ridiculous amount of testing that they do. That'd be Retinaru. Like, honestly, so much of our Project Zomboid knowledge within, like, the entire Project Zomboid community can very specifically be pointed to Retinaru. Because when half the people, like, make a claim or say, I think, Retinaru's like, huh, I know how I can test that. And won't just test it, like, once. We'll do several attempts of the test again and again to make sure they get consistent answers. And then if they don't, then they'll go through and go, okay, what is the variable we're missing? Because there's been some weird stuff we've seen where like an update would happen and the behavior change, or like we don't really know what's going on, and then it'll like disappear for a week while he figures it out. But it was like there was a handful of people that were also going through and just very meticulously updating the wiki, like putting all of the weapon stats in there, making sure everything was correct, you know, testing stuff, verifying it in the code files, not just going, oh, some prompt tells me this. It's like, no, we're gonna go actually look at the code. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there was those. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream as well. We had that happen all the time, because I used to hold a record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed. It's been beaten these days. Which is the record that did beat me finally only died. I shouldn't say finally, that implies I'm happy it happened. They only recently died like 2 weeks ago, I think. And I had set that record. It's been about a year and 3 months, year and 4 months, something like that ago. And granted, they broke the record like a month and a half later or something like that. Because we had both been working our runs at the same time, and I just had a little bit of a lead. So when I died, you know, it didn't take him super long to overtake me. But as such, like I'd have so many people pop into the channel and backseat me, and you're kind of like staring at them going, I want you to stop and think about what you're correcting right now. Because they'd be like, I'd say, oh, you like, you can't do this, like, this isn't a mechanic. And they'd be like, oh, yes, it is. I'm like, no, trust me. It's like, I got 3,500 hours on here, all on stream, and I've set a record. Believe me, you probably should take my word on it. We've tested this one. Let's see, and you have to see what numbers are in the XML and the yield of the crop. Calculate the field size, and you go from the yield, and you have to deal with the giants math. They do not run whole numbers. It's so rounded 2 numbers out. So floating point. Yep, it's the internet. Sure thing, Headmaster. What do you got for the question? Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Like, and it's not even people, you know, deliberately trolling. You deal with that, but usually that's like super obvious. But you'll have people argue stuff. Oh man. How can I talk about this without doxing myself? I can't. That's the answer. I will simply say there is a technology that I was one of the main people who kind of authored and came up with the technology, expanded on it, and all that stuff. Like I am one of the people's, like, the people who actually wrote it. And I had a person just yelling at me, and I can't remember what it was about, but basically making a claim that it was doing something really crappy. That it was like, no, that's the way you've described all of the system isn't even thematically correct. Like, you've made this narrative in your head. It's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but what you're experiencing, you're grossly misunderstanding what is occurring to just straight up lying to me right now. So you're thinking about buying this game. Does premium come with the game? So when you buy the premium edition of the game, that does come with the game. The thing you have to watch is there is the premium edition of the game, and then there's the premium DLC. These are 2 separate items. The premium DLC does not come with the game. And I wish I could make it easier to explain. The one that costs more is the one you want. Because Giants did some real funky decisions on the naming of their DLC. Because there's the Platinum Edition and the Platinum DLC, the Premium Edition and the Premium DLC. Now, the Premium Edition comes with the Premium DLC. But yeah, if you get the Premium Edition of the game, you get almost absolutely everything, there's only like 2 or 3 exceptions. There's a couple of like random one-off exceptions of like specific name brand tractors and all that. which honestly don't matter. I wouldn't worry about that. And then there's like the hoses and reels or whatever DLC you don't get because reasons. I don't know. I don't have that one, and I haven't found someone who does who could really explain to me what it does that's if it's worthwhile or not. So I wouldn't worry about it. I've never been on a server that uses it, so it says, wasn't there a situation with HR looking for 10 years experience in programming language and refused to hire the guy that developed the language? Because, oh no, that's happened multiple times. Yeah, that's the difference between having the people who in the technology dealing with it versus passing it off to HR, which makes sense. Usually, thank you to follow, welcome to the stream. Usually what ends up happening, so Platinum is a go. Oh, was it Premium Edition is the latest one? So you gotta watch. One of them comes with both the year 1 and year 2 season passes or whatever they call them. And the other one only comes with the year 1. And I think Platinum was the one that only came with the year 1 and Premium was the year 2, but you'll want to double check that. It is really a big cluster that Giants has done with their naming conventions versus like making it super easy to explain, because it is one of those things that have to stop and be like, wait, which one was it? Like, they just need this is the everything edition, and then this is the year 1 edition. Don't give them silly names. Go, this is the year 1 edition, this is the year 2 edition, or the premium. Like, have just the one that's got the special name. But you'll want to go in with the premium edition. What was that? The root crops. So the version that comes with the root crops and the base game is the one that comes with everything. It's premium, right? Like for the others who have gotten it, because I was given my keys just for full transparency. It was the premium edition, right? Like I'm not because I want to make sure the person gets what they're looking for. Thank you for the follow. We'll stream. Just hopping in between meetings. And you're doing the most satisfying thing ever. Nah, thank you. I'm like 95% sure it's the premium edition you're looking for. Like if someone else has bought it or can check on that, because I'm trying to avoid like alt-tabbing out of the game, pulling up Steam, looking at it, having the Steam page blast its audio at maximum volume and all that garbage. I just want to make sure the person's getting the version thereafter. They're trying to get the version that has all the things. I mean, you could also just look at the premium, the platinum edition, and see which one lists more DLC. That'd probably also do the job. Alright, so all the fields should be all squared away and ready. I wish it was easier to explain. They're as bad as Microsoft when it comes to naming things. We were like, what's bigger, 95 or 10? I don't know. Well, where's ME and XP come in here? I don't know. You are right? Okay, thank you, Sendorn. So yeah, the premium edition is the one you want if you want everything. Which, like I said, doesn't actually come with everything, but it comes with everything you'll care about. The only things it excludes is there's like a hoses and reels DLC, which, like I said, I don't know anyone who owns that or uses it, so. And then it misses a couple DLC if you happen to have a specific brand of tractor you're like really into that you might miss out on. I personally don't care. John Deere, New Holland. I have no brand loyalty to any of these things. I don't care. There's a random guy on Reddit. So you just upgraded from Windows 11 to Windows 95. Is it supposed to look that old? Why does it say it doesn't support any of my devices? Oh man, now I'm struggling to think of what the name of the hard drive format that came before SATA was. Your old ribbon plug. Was it IDE? Yeah. Well, I mean, there was the name of the actual. I mean, the ID is the connection. It doesn't matter. But basically, it's like, was it saying I need an IDE hard drive? PATA, PATA. That's the one I was looking for, which is like parallel, whatever. So it's like, yes, IDE. It's like, why is it looking for this? Man, I wonder what headaches you'd run into. Yeah, IDE or ribbon cable. Yeah, like the big chunky fat ribbon cables where don't flex them, they rip. I have replaced many an IDE cable when I was working the IT side, where someone's like, I'm gonna go in and clean my computer, and just destroy an IDE cable. Which, granted, you had a billion other things, so it wasn't that big a deal. But all right, so we got this all knocked out. I used to have a lot of buddies who were into computer modding. So like where they'd take a case and they'd cut out the plexiglass window, like all that kind of stuff. And I definitely had the buddy who took those old cables, those ribbon cables, and to improve the airflow inside their computer, took a razor blade and slit between each of those connectors the whole way down so that they could bunch them up, and then take like the automotive, like it's not the shrink wrap, like the stuff where you like fold it over and then like crinkles closed on the other side. I forget, like it's like it's not a tube, it's like a tube with a big cut out the side, so you can do that. And did that. And I stared at that going, 1, how much do you think that really helped your cause? 2, what do you think the odds that you just cut one of your connectors are? It's like, dude, just, if you're gonna go through the effort, spend the money and buy the cable made that way. They're not that expensive. I say this as someone who can also be critical of myself, in that I also was in that computer modding group because I also did computer modding, so I definitely took good cases and, you know, busted out the Dremel, cut out, like, you know, framed out a window, cut out a window, took in, you know, like the wire brush to like clean up all the edges so it wasn't begging to like cut yourself to ribbons, and then, you know, bolting in the plexiglass and doing all stuff. I absolutely did that. The worst one I say I did is I took the time to take apart an old CRT monitor, because that was the tech at the time, disassembled it so I had like all the guts of the monitor out, like just all sitting over there, the giant terrifying capacitor of death and all that nonsense, and vinyl dyed all the plastic so that way it wasn't just like surface layer paint on it like a lot of people like just blasting it with spray paint, but vinyl dyed the whole thing so that I could change the monitor color from being that nasty beige that was everything. I think I vinyl dyed it black. It doesn't even matter. The electron gun too? I mean, well, the whole inner assembly, the whole thing is basically detaching all of the plastic. Gotta love sharp PC case edges. Oh man, not even getting into the modified ones. I can't tell you the number of times doing IT that you'd get yourself in like the corner of a case and like going, why is that so expletive sharp? I have had my blood drawn from more than one computer over the years. Not many times. It says, you have a janky whole Dremel cut in the front of your current PC and a 3D printed grill for an intake fan. I did that one too. I had gotten, man, what was the size of that fan? I remember I was ecstatic about it. There was a case that being sold at the time that it had a custom fan that came on the case. The case itself was kind of a piece of junk, but it had this custom fan that had this ridiculous amount of CFM, which for those who don't know what CFM is, that's basically how much air a fan can push. It's pretty much the gist of it. How much air this thing can force through it. Is what that measurement is. But it was this like 280 millimeter fan, so just like a really bizarre size. And for that, it's like it's the size of like a volleyball or a basketball. I think it was 280. Maybe it's 360. Either way, it was huge. And taking the time to like fix all that. All right. Oh, that's a log transfer view. It's like, what are you? Okay. That should do a good excuse to get a Dremel, a 3D printer. All right. So let's be smart about this. All that's running. We're fine. The sheep are sheeping. So I haven't got all my stuff set up yet on what prices are when. So flour, its sell price. So it's basically end of December, beginning of January. Understood. So we got a chime saying that something went on discount or whatever. Yep, no, I'm over. I wanna cash out. I wanna see the money counter go up. Okay, so bread is worth 1,700 at the farm shop. Okay. That's interesting. It's not supposed to be for that sale yet. But it is. But it's not supposed to be for that sale price. I mean, we're gonna let that just go this year because this is the first time I've used the mod. I want to let it sit there and just go. I might not get my full value out of this. Or not full value. I'll get my full value like the normal value will get. Because the mod does record the prices it's seen. Oh, I didn't see. Did it have great demand? No, it did not. Yeah, so the flour at the farm shop is saying... Okay. I'll figure it out. It's curious that saying it's at that higher price. Like, it is actually at that higher price. But that's the one that's making me kind of head scratch, because it's not supposed to be at that price yet. Which is part of the reason I wanted to get the mod, is when it came to, like, great price, like, high demand, whatever they called it. It was unclear when that would go to whatever. Meanwhile, the flour is supposed to get up to 674. So let's do this. So flour. Because this is the mod I'm messing with. I haven't done much. So you're supposed to get up to 674, so we'll set it to highest. And we will say when you're over 650. Let me know. Okay, that's saying the price has gone up a little bit more. What I might try doing is I might try setting to the highest price it's supposed to get. Maybe it goes higher than that. I mean, regardless, I'm going to sell it when we were planning on selling it. Unless we see it just plain gets higher. Because the sale prices in the game, they don't lock in. They kind of fluctuate a little bit. And it's the first time I mess with the mod. I mostly, like I said, mostly I got the mod because there's a mechanic called Great Price that shows up, where it goes, Great Price, and what you do is you spend the time clicking at every single item that you care about to see if it has a little blue arrow next to it, and like, that's a crappy UI. Just tell me what the Great Price is. And so I wanted to get the mod so when something I actually could sell has a great price pop up, I don't have to go hunting. It'll be like, Great Price, your bread is worth a lot. I'll be like, oh man, let's sell the bread right now. Yeah, let's look. So, the bread is supposed to get to 1,800. So let's go to bread. And just for my own curiosity, set to highest. It'll set it to 1800. Yeah, great demand at X shop. And what does X shop buy? Well, and that's the worst thing with like these modded maps where you have like the sell point that buys basically everything. You're like, okay, that's great. They buy literally every single product that exists. I'm gonna need you to narrow it down. Are we talking plant? Are we talking reprocessed material? At least give me what department I should be talking to. Alright, it is gonna be a heckin' payday. Even multiple, well, the multiple shops, it wouldn't be as bad, I don't think, because it doesn't, no, actually, does it say, no, because it does say, like, great price at the farm mill, you know, the farm shop, great price at the carpenter, I think it says that, which at least narrows it down to go look at that store, and then check, well, that, actually, that's the problem, is because it won't list what the store sells, okay, so we are done with that. And the sheep could use a little bit more water. Let's top off their water real fast. And so this should be about the time we normally sell. Yeah, no, I agree. So I'm saying, in my opinion, it should say should be great demand of X at Y. Yeah, so great demand for bread at the sell point. All right, flour at farm shop for the discount price. Let's see. So in theory, right now, if we're looking at bread, that is an entirely different chart than we were just looking at a moment ago. Why has the entire chart changed? We literally just checked this, and it was an entirely different chart. What? Like, even the max dollar it's supposed to get to has changed. Okay. So clearly I don't understand how that works. So that says it's going up. Alright, let's go here, and we will sit there and change you. So that's the highest, and that's the highest. Alright, so I'm satisfied that we're selling today. I mean, this says it's supposed to get way higher tomorrow. We sell tomorrow. This is so weird. That's historical data, not predictions? Gotcha. But it's part of the reason I wanted the mod. So one, I don't have to sit there and babysit the prices, because I mean, I got a lot of other things I'd rather do than sit there and just like look at the UI and be like, how are the prices today? That way I can sit there and be like, oh, we're in this like top rough area of prices. Cool. So I kind of want to like take the highest price and just like knock it down like one iteration. Oh yeah. Well, that's the reason why we get over like we get around 200,000 a year. Is because not only that is mostly spare flour. A lot of that is going to go inside the bakery, but it'll probably be like the first row or two of that'll go inside the bakery, and all of the rest of it just goes to sale. So we're going to make some heckin' money. Yeah, so we got 19 more pallets of flour in here. Honestly, we might push the pallet limit. I'm a little worried about that. How are the, how are you doing? Alright, so you're a little backed up, but not super backed up in the greenhouses. Not enough that'll be a problem. Yeah, so that makes me happier I got that mod that just tracks the prices and show, hey, here's what you've had as the highest price and that kind of nonsense. That'll also be good to the warehouse combination, because then I can just sit on stuff, even if it has to go like a full extra year of just sitting in the warehouse, just to make sure I get, you know, if like a particular year I get like bad prices or whatever, that's fine. Randomly, prices made me think of that. Nothing I care about. Okay, good enough. I wasn't expecting it. Until we get our payout, we're going to be limited on what I could buy anyways. Alright, so we got 6 more. Wait, did I sell selling? Oh no, right. We looked at that and said, hey, where's the bread and all that? Yeah, hey, it looks like flour and bread have been worth more in the next in-game day. So we will just assume that will remain true. That's definitely what you do, is you just assume the results won't change. Alright. We heard multiple like pings there about stuff being at good prices. Bread at 1,800 at the shop. That's what I'm talking about. So we held and the price went up. Yeah, so now it shows the prices as crashing next month. Okay. So it is time to cash out. Your pallets. You got too many. Because we got that 1 year, but I think that's because I want to say we had like 2 rows of flour just left over because of just the way pricing lined up. You're honestly... Yeah, it's fine. Okay, let's go sell some bread, and let's start selling a whole lot of flour. So... set those all to the highest for right now. All the crops I currently sell, marking them all at their highest for the moment. Where's wool? The people are hungry and demand more bread. The great sale didn't happen when they expected it. Yeah, that's all. That's all we did, is we were like, the community was expecting the bread nearby, everyone got ready for it, and then we just didn't deliver. So everyone got desperate for bread, so then we just increased the price. That should be like 40, 50,000 or so. Yep. And then we go back for a whole lot of flour. But it is payday. Meanwhile... Oh, that's... Okay, I understand. I was like, wait a second, it is a harvester. It's a forage harvester. It's not the right kind of harvester. It's for, like, grass and stuff like that. I got real excited there for I was like, wait a second, you want to talk about harvester? Let's talk harvester. Alright. One thing I'm going to do to make this not take forever... No, actually, this is fine. Now, do we switch tractors? The problem is the other tractor costs me way more to operate. I think we do switch tractors. You think you can do corn silage with that too? Maybe. Either way, that's not on my to-do list. Because the other tractor will be way faster than this one for doing the laps. Let's go ahead and we'll just get this tractor out of the way for right now, grab the blue tractor, and get this thing moving. Okay. Like, honestly, it wouldn't even be the worst thing in the world if the other tractor we got was just a little bit over 100 horsepower, but actually had a decent top speed. That would still be very workable, because there's a lot of things I can do with just barely over 100 horsepower. I mean, honestly, actually, now I think about it, if I can get over 100 horsepower tractor that has a front weight compatibility on it, that means I'd be able to use the sprayer and all that a lot better, because it could weigh down the front wheels so we don't have to deal with like the wibbly wobbly of it. That would actually not be a bad move, because I do have the one powerful tractor. I really don't need another powerful horsepower tractor immediately, but I do need one that doesn't get pushed all over the place by the weight of the things that's moving. That said, I'll probably just get a bigger tractor to replace it later, but it's fine. Yeah, so this one will be a lot better. I can get going 33 as opposed to 15. So sure, we're going to be costing ourselves an extra couple $100 worth of maintenance for the day. It's fine. Now you got 12 more pallets in there. Man, and actually, I think this particular year we're going to have a lot of extra flour that's not going to be ready in time for sale. Oh yeah, and that's it's not on the short list, but getting the semi truck so that I can, you know, get going 50, 60 miles an hour for that is going to absolutely be a necessary thing. Because I want that both for picking up these pallets as well as the water and everything as we expand. Oh, right, ice. I was like, the brakes don't work. Yeah, we're in snow. It's going to take us a minute to refill the bakery. Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. Is it faster? There's bigger capacity. I want to say I don't think it's quite double the capacity of this one, but it's pretty big by comparison if I remember correctly. Okay, so that's the last of the flour we're getting right this second. But I still have like 20-something thousand liters of sorghum in there to produce more. We still have some more wheat in there. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Yeah, basically just going until we get everything sold. And seeing if we can't make the harvester happen. Why would you take, like, one from the other one? Come on. Is he watching the whole time? The playing Bannerlord? Or playing Bannerlord? Oh yeah, Bannerlord's amazing. It's one of those games that, like, it can be a lot of fun to do on the channel short term. It's just one of those games that, for at least for me when I've streamed it, it does well for a little while. And people get super excited about it. But then when it gets kind of the repetition stuff, so just like fighting the same group kind of again and again, like building up your army, that it gets very samey to watch. Now, I know I could do stuff like add Twitch integration mods, and there's a whole bunch of mods that give you a little bit more power creep and all that, so you can, like, get past the middle game faster. You going the merchant route? That's what I've been meaning to do. I've heard that can be a lot of fun. Like, I know it's also a repetitive one, but yeah, you go the merchant route, occasionally some people attack you, and you just keep making money. The downside is, it is those things that eventually you'll still get attacked by people. But, it can be a whole thing. One of the things I want to do is more achievement hunting. My only beef is they've got some achievements that are only multiplayer, which I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but it's kind of a bummer in a game I really have very little interest in playing multiplayer, because to me it seems like a game that'd take way too long to play multiplayer. It's like Stellaris. I love Stellaris, but Stellaris, like, playing multiplayer outside of doing as like a one-off thing, like, and then playing in like really fast settings, doesn't feel like a thing I could see happening. So pretty soon this thing should be full, at which point all the rest of that becomes cash. And it's full. Excellent. So how is the price for flour right now? So $6.99 is supposed to be the cap. So it's at like $6.60 something. I mean, you have 148 max units and you run with? Oh yeah, because especially, like, depending on what you're dealing with for your units, there's a lot of pretty cost-effective units that are effective. That was one of the things when it came to... People remember, like, a whole bunch of people was like, oh, you're using all those foot soldiers. They have to get absolutely destroyed. It's like, you don't understand the power of the foot soldiers. And, like, while they're not cheap, they're definitely way, way worse out there. Yeah, so each one of those when they're full should be about 9-ish thousand. That one is only partially full because they put a bunch of it into the bakery. Now, I probably won't attempt to actually buy the harvester until either A, we have the, like, we have to harvest. Like, once I get to the point it's time for me to harvest, I'll buy the harvester. Alright, you take it easy, Luxray. That'll definitely be one reason to just go ahead and buy it. Or B, we catch it on sale. And the reason why we do that is just in case it or a better one pops up on sale. You know, you want to hold out for that to be a possibility. And the best part is, we have more than enough fertilizer and herbicide for the next year. I'll probably have to pick up seeds, but they're relatively inexpensive. I'll probably have to pick up lime. Lime, it's relatively inexpensive. So not super worried about that. All right. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. And there is like 60k worth of equipment to trade in. Pretty close to that. I want to say we figured out, wasn't the harvester plus the thing on the front of it like 20,000? We had the small tractor was a couple thousand more. Like, there's a bunch of like just dispersed things. That was somewhere in the area of like 40 or 60,000 that we could trade in for the harvester to like fill the gap, as it were. I'm not super worried about that. Hey, for the record, normally I would have already wrapped up about half hour ago, but we're going a little bit on the long side just because it's such a tease to get like right up to the sell point and not do the sell. Because honestly, I think people watching you do the sell and make all that money is one of the things. I think people, the thing they find the most interesting to watch is one, selling to watch big money, you know, like money get bigger. And then the other one they usually like to seem to watch is harvesting, and then the last thing is like when you're actually building and making stuff. Cliffhanger ending? Absolutely. But yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good to get the semi eventually, just because it'll speed up this process. Because weirdly selling is actually one of the things that takes a little while now. Okay. Yeah, it's about 9,500 per. Okay. It'd be nice when the snow goes away. Like, the snow looks good and all that. But, yeah. Is there cheaper big dollar trail? I don't think so. I could be wrong. I thought this is the biggest I can get before we start getting into, like, the area of semi-trucks. Alright, we also have the greenhouse to empty its stuff out. How are the prices going with the strawberries and all that? Lettuce gets up to 10.90. It's more than that's saying it's going to be. Yeah, so it's sell everything. And what about wool? Wool says it's going to be 12.10. Yeah, so wool we don't sell right now. Wool is nowhere near the price it can get up to. Maybe a configurable one to do both flatbed and grain? I mean, yeah, there are some. Like I said, what we'll more than likely do is, like, this one's doing fine for right now. What I'll probably do is I'll save up for the front of a, like the semi for the front. We don't need to get anything fancy. Any one will do, whatever we can catch on sale. And then we'll just get, like, the really big back part. Because, like, right now I'll mostly need the one for the pallets. And then we'll also get one for, like, picking up whatever crop we have from the harvester. Because honestly, some of the trailers for crops, because you can kind of daisy chain them and stuff like that behind the tractors, can be pretty good. No, next round I'll grab that thing of bread. The bread will stack on top of the flour. And how are you going? You still have 23,000 sorghum in there. That's next year's flour. Sorry about that. No, that's gonna be two separate sales because I did a terrible job pulling in there because of the ice. We'll just go around and come back. For those that aren't seeing, you actually slide on the ice a little bit. It's enough to throw you off a little bit. Look at all that flour on the ground. I know, right? I just keep hoping that we'll see a not the harvest we're looking at, which is like mid 300,000, but like the next one bigger. Just pop in there so I can catch it on like a super discount. Like give it to me for like 40% the price. I don't care how used it is. You think the sales reflect fresh daily? You mean the prices? I honestly don't know. Because I thought it was persistent throughout the day that it would change. Just based on the way the UI presented it, but then it ended up not being the case. Oh, they took the tiniest bit of flour out of the bags because that's just what the bakeries used in the meantime. Oh, the U sales? Yeah, no, it's not daily. It happens progressively through the day. I can verify that one. Because I've had plenty of times where I start the day, I have one set of sales, and I go the next, like later in the day, and I see a different set. Where one item has gotten removed, and then like later in the day, another item gets added, but some of the items are still there from earlier. It seems like it's pretty safe to check just daily. Because like they do seem like the items stick on there for a little while. So if you're checking daily, you won't miss anything. But it does seem like it does add and remove it gradually throughout the day versus, you know, midnight ticks by and suddenly the entire sale is different. Because I had been working on the idea of a run to put on YouTube that is going to only buy used equipment. Like I wasn't going to buy anything new. Unfortunately, when I actually mess with it in practice, it was just a whole lot of fast forwarding. Because like, don't have any equipment I can do anything today. Fast forward to the next day. Well, one day I'll get a harvester of some kind. You know, and then you get the harvester, you're like, cool, I finally got the harvester, that lets me know I'm doing this crop, now let's try and get the seeds. Or the seeder. It was a very unreasonable thing. Okay, so we got 4 more trailers full of flour, and somewhere in the area of like 3.5 trailers worth of stuff from the greenhouse to sell. You recorded 80 hours. Let's see how much usable footage I have. 10 minutes. Oh man, you have no idea how that feels with the Kenshi stuff I've been working on. I had the one idea I ended up scrapping. Because it's one of those things that, like, I had the ideas running with it, and then, you know, after a while, look, I was like, this isn't fun. No one's gonna, like, you know, I wouldn't watch this, so let's take it back to the drawing room and try something else. But, it is definitely one of those things, like, yep, I have spent all this time, you know, grinding out some money in Kenshi. You know what I'm gonna do with the footage for the episode? Not that. What that's gonna be is it's gonna be, let's grind out some money. Hey, look, we got our money. You know, show how I'm doing it, but just like, hey, look, we've got our money. Because I think I mentioned it the other day, I'm finding more and more the content that seems to be doing well on YouTube right now is not Let's Play format where, you know, like it's not like the VOD format where you watch someone play a game for a good couple of hours, you know, get through it or whatever. It's like for Kenshi, you wouldn't do like the episodic thing anymore. What you'd end up doing is instead you'd be like, I have this silly run, and you'd put it in like a 1.5, 2 hour video or whatever that you get start, middle, and ending all in one big video. Seems to be the stuff going really well there. Or like, you know, if you want an example, like for a different side of things, you can do more like the Josh Let's Game It Out kind of thing, where he doesn't do like, oh, at this time we're going to introduce Planet Zoo. Okay, we're going to continue our playthrough with Planet Zoo. Oh, look, we're going to do this next thing in Planet Zoo. Like, he doesn't do anything like that. Instead, it's just, I have this thing, and I've got like a start. I'm going to go through, I'm going to set it up, and I'm going to finish. All one episode, self-contained. And you can return to the same saves and go like, here's the new thing we're doing. But it is one of those things that it is a completely self-enclosed thing. YouTubers prefers shorter videos. So I found it's not even necessarily shorter videos. I'm finding it seems like it's much more preferred that each video lives in its own little thing. That doing the Let's Play format just doesn't work the way it was. Now granted, there's definitely a limit on how long it can be. A 9-hour video, no one's gonna watch it. But I've seen like 1.5, 2 hour videos that did pretty well. But it is one of those things that has to be engaging and on point the whole time. And, you know, like nicely, like when you're done, it's all bundled up. So right now, like all these VODs get pushed to YouTube. It is one of those things I've debated is doing a split in my channels, like making a second channel over on YouTube. That'll be like the YouTube edit up just for YouTube content. And like attach both the VOD channel and the YouTube channel together so that basically the VOD channel here nudges you over to the YouTube channel, like that's just YouTube custom content. And then when I do like the custom content that is put together from VODs and all that, then I would turn around and have that point back to the relevant VOD for that as well. Honestly, one of my hesitations with doing that is it's going to be a huge pain in the butt. Because then it's growing yet another channel. But like generally speaking, the VOD stuff on YouTube doesn't do particularly well for me. Like even like the farm sim videos, YouTube has this whole thing where like it's kind of things that people are becoming more aware of. There's a checkbox, not for live streams, when I publish a video that say I want this sent out to my subscribers or I don't want this sent out to my subscribers. I would rather you not send this out to my subscribers. And it's so dumb that that's an incredibly important decision. That if you're doing content that is consistent to what you normally publish, you want it sent out. And I mean, when I say normally publish, I'm talking like literally if you publish a lot of RimWorld, you're doing RimWorld. Whereas if you're trying a new game, like if I when I started Enshrouded, and I put that out there, even if that's similar to the stuff I'm playing, because it's enough of a deviation, I don't want to check that box. Because YouTube has it where if people click in and they don't watch much and they leave, you're punished for it. That it literally will deprioritize your video. Because they're like, oh, a bunch of people are clicking in here and clearly they don't like it, so they're leaving. So it's one of those things, unless it is extremely well aligned with your existing audience, you don't want to send it out. Which I haven't done that to now, but I've been talking to a lot of creators who YouTube's their main platform, that they're trying to get stuff done on Twitch now, and they're new to Twitch, but they're heavily on YouTube. And a bunch of us like, oh yeah, that setting will kill your video. Like if you send something out that's something like kind of new and different, it's like that will absolutely murder it. And there's ones like, oh yeah, I never check it. It's like YouTube only punishes you. It's like the subscribers, you know, for my YouTube, it's like most of those are going to be on my Discord and all that. I'll let them know there. I'll say something on Twitter and whatever. I'll mark it outside. It's like, I won't use that because it hurts you too much. It's like, man, I get the principle behind it. If people are watching and bailing really fast, that's usually a pretty strong indicator of something wrong. But it's also those things that I don't know what their thresholds are, but I can tell you from having been in content for like training and stuff, all that, you do have a, like, for every n number of minutes that go by, the number of people that bail on it, like the percent goes down, because in the first like 5-10 minutes in most content, you'll have something like 50% or plus people will bail at the very beginning. Because it's either not what they're looking for, or, you know, they go into it's like, oh, but it's not getting into the stuff I want, or even just, oh, I thought I had more time, this video is a bit longer than I'm ready for. You think it's straight watch time to total time directly? I mean, it could be. But it is one of those things that, like, if you don't watch most of the, like, if a certain threshold, and it's probably a small threshold, don't watch over a certain percent of the video, it starts deprioritizing your content. So it's actively harmful to have lots of views that don't watch a lot of it. Which is so, like, I get it. I understand. I don't think it's a great way of approaching it. Obviously, they have way more data than I do. Or you end up there by YouTube audio play and just woke up. Yeah. Well, like I said, I imagine there's some threshold, like, okay, 15%. If you don't have at least 15% of people actually watch the entire video through, or like some percentage of it, like 60% of the video through, then, you know, it's assumed to be not good content. Stop promoting it unless it's like directly relevant. Alright, so you got a bunch in there. 4 more. Come on. You can do it. Alright, so it does look like it's going to be about 3 trailers full. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up to this one. Top off this. Do the sale and go on. And randomly get recommended 10-year-old video. I don't mind an old video as long as it's relevant to whatever you're doing. Now, if you get, like, a 10-year-old video to teach you, like, a tutorial on RimWorld, you're like, okay, hang on. That was probably a great and relevant video back when it came out, but also, you know, it's a 10-year-old video. The game mechanics have changed. Or, like, imagine a 10-year-old video of Stellaris whenever Stellaris came out at first. Stratagem saying, like, the way those algorithms work are messing with an entire society, possibly a species. There's a pro and a con with a lot of that. I do agree. I have a lot of problems with certain decision things and, like, things that aren't and are factored into the algorithms. Like, right now, it's my personal opinion that there should be some pressure on stuff like social networks and YouTube and all that, that very specifically, they should be incentivized to effectively, you know, not suppress, but not push forward stuff like individuals who just, like, are being terribly negative and toxic about everything, misinformation, those kind of things. And I know then you always have the people who counter-argue, like, well, who decides what's true? We can, like, look, man, we can look up a lot of stuff. if it's something that there is a debate to be had, sure, a debate can be had. But when it's stuff that's like, yeah, this historic event didn't happen, I'm like, but it did. there's not a discussion, but it did. Heard about the social bubble theory? Do you just mean where people who tend to behave or believe or think in certain ways tend to find more people who behave and believe and think in certain ways? The echo chambers kind of thing? Where you are more prone to being drawn towards people who think like you and therefore kind of self-curtail yourself into those? Is that the theory we're talking about? I haven't heard it referred to the social bubble theory, but... Oh, that the algorithm generates them? Yeah, so I haven't heard that characterized as a theory, but yeah, no, if the algorithms are trying to cater to content that it believes you like, it will tend to cater to you having the similar content, which does ultimately mean you'll be fed the same type of content again and again, which in theory is good, but also, again, kind of gives you the echo chamber type of issue, right? Mostly works the other way around. Rage bait is too powerful interaction. Oh yeah, I know that. I've lamented about that a number of times on stream, that I hate it is a very effective growth strategy on a lot of platforms to just rage bait people. And for those who don't know what that is, it's quite often making what is effectively a quote-unquote hot take, but you just say something you know you're going to get a whole bunch of people upset about. And it does pull double duty for your growth. Because on one side, you'll have all the people who agree with you be like, yeah, this person tells it like it is. Yeah, being like, this is a person who's really being out there. And then you have at the same time a whole bunch of people like, no, this is some BS. And both ends of the argument will engage your content. And unfortunately, ultimately, what a lot of the platforms care about is how many clicks did it generate, because that's how much ad revenue is going to be happening, how many impressions the ads got, and all that kind of stuff. And there's a little bit more nuance to it than that, but it is those things that very deliberately, even if what you're saying is 100% like awful, like just start and finish, you look at it and go, this is a bad, harmful, awful take, it is effective. And it's super upsetting that's the reality it is. And that's where I was trying to go at the beginning, is I do wish when it came down to, that's very much how Change My Mind videos work, yep. I do wish it was the thing that, when it came to your various algorithms, whether it's YouTube or Twitter or whatever, even news, like news feeds like Google where it collects the news and all that, I do wish with that kind of stuff that they would try and get it to be able to handle like tone, which obviously it wouldn't be able to get everything right, but if it's very clearly like this has a very negative tone, like one-off, that's fine. But like if very consistently this individual persistently has a negative or combative or whatever tone, that the algorithm would not, it's not that they would suppress it, it's just not that they would encourage it. They wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be like, ah, that got lots of clicks, let's boost it. You'd be like, no, this person consistently has an awful tone, let's go ahead and, shove that down. But yeah, and that's one that I take a lot of, like, that's honestly, to me, the thing that's happened with Twitter that's such the big problem, is like, yeah, you had people take it over, and want to be like, yeah, we're gonna let everyone say whatever, and it's just strictly clicks is what drives everything, and people realize the rage baiting is, like, where it is at. And now you can't go on Twitter without everything just being one big rage bait fountain. Like, and you sit there and you just try and, like, block and get rid of more and more people. That was one of the trolliest things. I noticed that when you go to block people now, you get hit with an ad sometimes. Like, literally the action of blocking someone, you'll get presented an ad. And it's like, what the absolute everything? Literally, your block page is getting so much engagement that you see it as a viable and effective place to advertise on. Like, no administrative part of a website where you're dealing with, like, blocking or reporting people of misdeeds or, like, when you're reporting someone for like doxing people or something, you shouldn't be served an ad. You shouldn't monetize your moderation tools. But that's what that platform is. It's a cesspool. I honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that it was so important for content creation, I would not have one either. Like, I got rid of my Facebook forever ago, and I don't regret that at all. But it's very really a thing that when you go and you get sponsors, they'll be like, we want you to put, you know, it's improved where a lot of them are saying a social network post kind of thing, or, you know, social media or whatever. But it used to be, we would like, you know, to put 2 posts on Twitter, one a day before your stream, one the day of stream, or one the day before, one the day after stream, like whatever their ask is. But it's usually something like that. And it's not that you have to like use their exact verbiage or whatever, but usually saying like, hey, we would like you to put up 1 post in your own words, basically saying, hey, you know, you're gonna play this game on whatever day you're gonna play it. And then another one saying like, hey, I'm playing this game this day. You know, it's available for wish listing if you would like that kind of thing. Whatever their call to action is, of being like, why are they sponsoring the stream? You know, the game just came out, they want people to buy it, let them know they can buy it, that kind of thing. And I've never had to, I take that back, I had to push back in the language on one of them. One of them, the language they were using is like, hey, just like, I know you don't mean this, because it was, their first language wasn't English. It's like, just so you know, the phrase you're using here has a second meaning you don't want to be involved with. So instead, I'm going to say it like this. Is that cool? And they're like, oh, thank you so much. We didn't realize. Which wasn't even me being critical. It's like, oh, you don't... it's kind of like we've talked about. There's certain words that in English in the US are like, absolutely do not touch. And then there are there's other languages that they have their equivalents. And it's like, yeah, you may not realize because where you're at, that word's fine. But that is going to have a very different connotation coming from me saying that. A connotation you don't want. Yeah, it's going to be almost exactly 200,000 by the time we get the wool sold. No, that's fine. I honestly would be surprised if this time next year, Twitter is nearly as relevant as it was. I think right now it's just, there's a delay between, you know, basically Twitter burning itself to the ground, and either, I'm going to say something replacing it, not someone replacing it, because I honestly feel like we're having a change in what's expected technology-wise, that, you know, historically, it was kind of one of those things that, you know, you had like bulletin boards with a big communication thing, and then we went on to like, you know, instant messengers and forums and all that kind of stuff, and then after that you had like your blogs and all that, and you know, just the general progression of tech and whatnot. All right, and I am going to try to just get to the point where we do our sale of words. Sale of the wool, and that'll be where we draw it. We'll sell the wool. We won't plant the sorghum. We'll sell the wool. We'll see if the harvester happens, and we'll go from there. So, I mean, that's a big tractor. I'm not getting it, but that is a big tractor. That would fill the need of big tractor. So just checking the animals. The animals need a little bit more water. Let's see. Is that So the question is here, is the flour still on a good price? Let's check that really fast. I don't think it will be. Flour. So the flour is currently at 581, which is considerably down from where it was. That's fine. So all we're gonna do is we're just gonna pop over here. Drop off the flour. Now, are you empty, basically? You are. And there's February. All right. Yeah, and we've gone well over. I know I've gone like a full hour over. Like, I should have bailed, but right now we're at like the finish line, so it's like, yeah, whatever. Great demand at the farm shop. So now, because I already added a whole bunch of stuff on there, I know that great demand is nothing I care about. So I don't have to worry about it. Because we've already marked all the price stuff to make sure if it was something I cared about, it would have flagged that saying, hey, this thing you care about is on sale. Which is pretty much the entire reason I got that price mod. Okay, so you got 5 more popping out, and then you are done. And that'll be all the sorghum processed into flour. Man, this snow has lasted for a while this in-game year. I don't think I've had it last for like three in-game months back to back. Sales, nothing we care about. Okay. No more space for new pallets for the sheep. I understand. So kick that off. One thing that's interesting is, let's go here. Wool. I didn't actually set it. Set it to the highest, which is like right now. So we sell this, we get our last little bit of payout, and we see where we're at, and we go from there. But once we get the last payout, and we see our probably just around $250,000, we'll know we're good. And this time we have our $250,000, and I don't have to buy all of the fertilizer ever. And I'm pretty sure we won't have more just like waiting in there. Yep. All right. So another 7,000 liters of wool. Yeah, so I do have a tractor that would cover what we want. I feel like the game is actively trying to bait me into buying the tractor just so it could spin by and be like, here's the harvester. You want the harvester? Oh, do you spend too much money? But we're holding. That's what we're doing. We're holding out in hopes that we'll get that on there. Now, I am on that fence where we may or may not be able to buy the tractor or the harvester. We're like right on that fence. We're going to be right around $250,000. I can sell somewhere there for like $40,000 to $60,000 worth of equipment to try and buy the harvester with. That would potentially put us over the fold, barely. barely is all we need. Alright, that self-work quite as much as I was anticipating. I think the last spot got blocked, so we got shorted a little bit on the wool because of the bales blocking it. But that's fine. Yeah, so 240,000. We've got enough fertilizer and herbicide to last us through the whole year. And then seeds-wise, I do need to probably pick up... I'll have to pick up more seeds this year. I don't know if I have to pick more up for the sorghum planting that would happen in this game, in-game day. But we'll definitely need more for when I have to replace the wheat. But that's fine. And just double-checking, make sure the bread prices and that are all down. Yeah. It's like 200 below where it would be ideally. Alright. So then, the plan from here of what's going to end up happening is we are going to be wrapping up stream here in just a minute and finding someone for us to raid. I do know multiple people who are... I know they were on. I'm not sure if they still are on. I know there's someone who has just started. We're going to see who we have available. We'll find some to raid. I know we got good choices. But with that, let me go ahead and save real fast. I'm going to do a quick little peeky peek at what we're looking at so far as money. So, if we were to buy right now, the harvester we're looking at, I believe, is that one. So $357. We would then turn around and buy the thing here that's like 10 meters wide, I believe is the big one. So that'd be a significant improvement over our 6 meters wide, almost double as wide, way more capacity. That's kind of what we're aiming for, something in this area. Obviously, I'd love to have the largest one, but we'll see. If I were to sell stuff right now, we could get $15,000 for the harvester. The header we could get in our 5,000, so that's $20,000 more from that. I could ditch the plows. That's another $18,000. There was something else in here we could sell. Honestly, I could get rid of that. That's probably only like $10,000. So we'd have that. I could get rid of the smaller tractors. That'd be another $10,000. So yeah, it'd be about $50,000-$60,000 we could get. I'm not allowed to sell the car, even though the car would be another 10. Yeah, so we could potentially push ourselves up to like 300,000. So it'd still fall a little bit short, but that's okay. If we catch it on sale, I can actually get the largest tractor, potentially, or the largest harvester, if I can catch it on like a half-off sale, which does happen. But the point is, we're going to wait until it's harvest time, and we'll see what comes up. Maybe we'll get lucky, get a sale, maybe not. Who knows? We'll get there. In the meantime, for those watching over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will abruptly end for all of you because there's no such thing as rating over there, so don't forget to like and subscribe. For those over here on Twitch, what is going to end up happening is we are going to go raid someone. So hang on.